Hōkūleʻa, Hikanalia will do its part. It won't do it by itself. You need the platforms and you need the partners. And that whole voyage of connecting to the earth and connecting to these people who can make change, we're working just as hard on those partners and those platforms as we are in getting Hōkūle ready to go. When you try to imagine and add up how much goodness people are actually doing as individuals, not collected, not organized, not institutionalized, we should never do that. You just let that wave happen, let that movement happen. We're in the race between those who are essentially hurting the earth and those who are healing it. What we're trying to do is reclaim our relationship to the earth. It's our time to turn the canoe to the only island we have, and that's the earth. These miracles of these voyagers that started to discover all these islands, it's like the eighth wonder of the world. How did they do that so far back in time? There was two things of genius in Polynesia. Someone needed to build a vehicle, a spaceship of our ancestors that could sail far, when no other culture on the earth was sailing far. The other is you had to navigate to find a way to and from. The navigator needed to be able to see, it needed to be able to hear, it needed to be able to feel. Every day that navigator would maybe making 5,000 observations of a wave or a bird or a star. It would make 500 choices about trim, course, steering, and then it would make 2 decisions. At sunrise and sunset, in the color of light of dawn and dusk, it would make decisions about where are you on the earth. I think we are where we are on the planet today, where human beings are changing the earth. It is now turning around and changing us, and we don't know what to do because we disconnected. The greatest thing we need to do is become family of the earth again, family of nature. The greatest naturalist I ever met was my teacher, Maupea, who transcends the observation of nature to what he calls the magic. It is about when the human existence becomes part of the family of nature, that you are nature. The thing about Mao, the day he was leaving, packing his bag, he sat me down and said, okay, Nainoa, I give you everything, and the ocean showed you everything, but it'll be 28 years before you'll see. If you want someone to know everything, send your son, because you're too old. That's a crucial piece of cracking the code. And it's when we teach our children. When do you learn the connection? When do we learn verbal language? When do we learn the language of nature? And that's the language we need to immerse ourselves. We need to bring it back. We need schools of nature immersion globally. And that's why we're voyaging. To just getting general awareness to half the population of the earth, getting understanding to a quarter population of the earth, and getting the sense of values back to 1 billion people. And then going down the road from values, you need to reinstate respect. Then you need to reinstate care. And then from there, where values are now moving to action, that's when you need to help strengthen a community and a culture that's global, not based on race, but based on values. Hōkūleʻa takes us into the wild. The voyage itself will take about 400 crew members from, we're hoping, about 26 countries. Diversity and equity and access matters. That this is not just a Hawaiian voyage, this is a global voyage. We'll be at sea for about 450 days, and we'll be on land for 950 days. Every day is a story of ideas and people. You cannot make this movement by yourself. You have to have communications and education platforms that can get it to the billions. And then you need to have partners that are going to essentially strengthen the stories, help us to access communities. We will go to indigenous territories and communities to make sure that these people have voice. Hōkūleʻa will do its part. It won't do it by itself. You need the platforms and you need the partners. And that whole voyage of connecting to the earth and connecting to these people who can make change, we're working just as hard on those partners and those platforms as we are in getting Hōkūle ready to go. When you try to imagine and add up how much goodness people are actually doing as individuals, not collected, not organized, not institutionalized. We should never do that. You just let that wave happen, let that movement happen. We're in the race between those who are essentially hurting the earth and those who are healing it. What we're trying to do is reclaim our relationship to the earth. It's our time to turn the canoe to the only island we have, and that's the earth. These miracles of these voyagers that started to discover all these islands, it's like the eighth wonder of the world. How did they do that so far back in time? There was two things of genius in Polynesia. Someone needed to build a vehicle, a spaceship of our ancestors that could sail far, when no other culture on the earth was sailing far. The other is you had to navigate to find a way to and from. The navigator needed to be able to see, it needed to be able to hear, it needed to be able to feel. Every day that navigator would maybe making 5,000 observations of a wave or a bird or a star. It would make 500 choices about trim, course, steering, and then it would make 2 decisions. At sunrise and sunset, in the color of light of dawn and dusk, it would make decisions about where are you on the earth. I think we are where we are on the planet today, where human beings are changing the earth. It is now turning around and changing us, and we don't know what to do because we disconnected. The greatest thing we need to do is become family of the earth again, family of nature. The greatest naturalist I ever met was my teacher, Maupia, who transcends the observation of nature to what he calls the magic. It is about when the human existence becomes part of the family of nature, that you are nature. The thing about Mao, the day he was leaving, packing his bag, he sat me down and said, okay, Nainoa, I give you everything. And the ocean showed you everything, but it'll be 28 years before you'll see. If you want someone to know everything, send your son because you're too old. That's a crucial piece of cracking the code. And it's when we teach our children. When do you learn the connection? When do we learn verbal language? When do we learn the language of nature? And that's the language we need to immerse ourselves. We need to bring it back. We need schools of nature immersion globally. And that's why we're voyaging. To just getting general awareness to half the population of the earth, getting understanding to a quarter population of the earth, and getting the sense of values back to 1 billion people. And then going down the road from values, you need to reinstate respect. Then you need to reinstate care. And then from there, where values are now moving to action, that's when you need to help strengthen a community and a culture that's global, not based on race, but based on values. Hōkūleʻa takes us into the wild. The voyage itself will take about 400 crew members from, we're hoping, about 26 countries. Diversity and equity and access matters. That this is not just a Hawaiian voyage, this is a global voyage. We'll be at sea for about 450 days, and we'll be on land for 950 days. Every day is a story of ideas and people. You cannot make this movement by yourself. You have to have communications and education platforms that can get it to the billions. And then you need to have partners that are going to essentially strengthen the stories, help us to access communities. We will go to indigenous territories and communities to make sure that these people have voice. Hōkūleʻa, Hikanalia will do its part. It won't do it by itself. You need the platforms and you need the partners. And that whole voyage of connecting to the earth and connecting to these people who can make change, we're working just as hard on those partners and those platforms as we are in getting Hōkūleʻa ready to go. When you try to imagine and add up how much goodness people are actually doing as individuals, not collected, not organized, not institutionalized. We should never do that. Just let that wave happen, let that movement happen. We're in the race between those who are essentially hurting the earth and those who are healing it. What we're trying to do is reclaim our relationship to the earth. It's our time to turn the canoe to the only island we have, and that's the earth. These miracles of these voyagers that started to discover all these islands, it's like the eighth wonder of the world. How did they do that so far back in time? There was two things of genius in Polynesia. Someone needed to build a vehicle, a spaceship of our ancestors that could sail far, when no other culture on the earth was sailing far. The other is you had to navigate to find a way to and from. The navigator needed to be able to see, it needed to be able to hear, it needed to be able to feel. Every day that navigator would maybe making 5,000 observations of a wave or a bird or a star. It would make 500 choices about trim, course, steering, and then it would make 2 decisions. At sunrise and sunset, in the color of light of dawn and dusk, it would make decisions about where are you? on the earth. I think we are where we are on the planet today, where human beings are changing the earth. It is now turning around and changing us, and we don't know what to do because we disconnected. The greatest thing we need to do is become family of the earth again, family of nature. The greatest naturalist I ever met was my teacher, Maupea, who transcends the observation of nature to what he calls the magic. It is about when the human existence becomes part of the family of nature, that you are nature. The thing about Mao, the day he was leaving, packing his bag, he sat me down and said, "Okay, Nainoa, I give you everything, and the ocean showed you everything, but it'll be 28 years before you'll see. If you want someone to know everything, send your son because you're too old." That's a crucial piece of cracking the code. And it's when we teach our children. When do you learn the connection? When do we learn verbal language? When do we learn the language of nature? And that's the language we need to immerse ourselves. We need to bring it back. We need schools of nature immersion globally. And that's why we're voyaging. To just getting general awareness to half the population of the earth, getting understanding to a quarter population of the earth, and getting the sense of values back to 1 billion people. And then going down the road from values, you need to reinstate respect. Then you need to reinstate care. And then from there, where values are now moving to action, that's when you need to help strengthen a community and a culture that's global, not based on race, but based on values. Hōkūleʻa takes us into the wild. The voyage itself will take about 400 crew members from, we're hoping, about 26 countries. Diversity and equity and access matters. That this is not just a Hawaiian voyage, this is a global voyage. We'll be at sea for about 450 days, and we'll be on land for 950 days. Every day is a story of ideas and people. You cannot make this movement by yourself. We will go to indigenous territories and communities to make sure that Make two decisions. At sunrise and sunset, in the color of light of dawn and dusk, it would make decisions about where are you on the earth. I think we are where we are on the planet today, where human beings are changing the earth. It is now turning around and changing us, and we don't know what to do because we disconnected. The greatest thing we need to do is become family of the earth again, family of nature. The greatest naturalist I've ever met was my teacher, Moananuiākea, who transcends the observation of nature to what he calls the magic. It is about when the human existence becomes part of the family of nature, that you are nature. The thing about Mao, the day he was leaving, packing his bag, he sat me down and said, okay, Nainoa, I give you everything. And the ocean showed you everything, but it'll be 28 years before you'll see. If you want someone to know everything, send your son because you're too old. That's a crucial piece of cracking the code. And it's when we teach our children. When do you learn the connection? When do we learn verbal language? When do we learn the language of nature? And that's the language we need to immerse ourselves. We need to bring it back. We need schools of nature immersion globally. And that's why we're voyaging. To just getting general awareness to half the population of the earth, getting understanding to a quarter population of the earth, and getting the sense of values back to 1 billion people. And then going down the road from values, you need to reinstate respect. Then you need to reinstate care. And then from there, where values are now moving to action, that's when you need to help strengthen a community and a culture that's global, not based on race, but based on values. Hōkūleʻa takes us into the wild. The voyage itself will take about 400 crew members from, we're hoping, about 26 countries. Diversity and equity and access matters. That this is not just a Hawaiian voyage, this is a global voyage. We'll be at sea for about 450 days, and we'll be on land for 950 days. Every day is a story of ideas and people. You cannot make this movement by yourself. You have to have communications and education platforms that can get it to the billions. And then you need to have partners that are going to essentially strengthen the stories, help us to access communities. We will go to indigenous territories and communities to make sure that these people have voice.
You won't do
it by itself. You need the platforms and you need the partners. And that whole voyage of
I'm gonna have my. That's not even what I'm wearing.
Connecting to these people who can make change. We're working just as hard on those partners and those platforms as we are in getting Hōkūle ready to go. When you try to imagine and add up how much goodness people are actually doing as individuals, not collected, not organized, not institutionalized, we should never do that. Just let that wave happen, let that movement happen. We're in the race between those who essentially these miracles of these voyagers that started to discover all these islands. It's like the eighth wonder of the world. How did they do that so far back in time? There was two things of genius in Polynesia. Someone needed to build a vehicle, a spaceship of our ancestors that could sail far, when no other culture on the earth was sailing far. The other is you had to navigate to find a way to and from. The navigator needed to be able to see, it needed to be able to hear, it needed to be able to feel. Every day that navigator would maybe making 5,000 observations of a wave or a bird or a star. It would make 500 choices about trim, course, steering, and then it would make two decisions. At sunrise and sunset, in the color of light of dawn and dusk, it would make decisions about where are you on the earth. I think we are where we are on the planet today, where human beings are changing the earth. It is now turning around and changing us, and we don't know what to do because we disconnected. The greatest thing we need to do is become family of the earth again, family of nature. The greatest naturalist I ever met was my teacher, Maupia, who transcends the observation of nature to what he calls the magic. It is about when the human existence becomes part of the family of nature, that you are nature. The thing about Mao, the day he was leaving, packing his bag, he sat me down and said, "Okay, Nainoa, I give you everything, and the ocean showed you everything, but it'll be 28 years before you'll see. If you want someone to know everything, send your son, because you're too old." That's a crucial piece of cracking the code. And it's when we teach our children. When do you learn the connection? When do we learn verbal language? When do we learn the language of nature? And that's the language we need to immerse ourselves. We need to bring it back. We need schools of nature immersion globally. And that's why we're voyaging. To just getting general awareness to half the population of the earth, getting understanding to a quarter population of the earth, and getting the sense of values back to 1 billion people. And then going down the road from values, you need to reinstate respect. Then you need to reinstate care. And then from there, where values are now moving to action, that's when you need to help strengthen a community and a culture that's global, not based on race, but based on values. Hōkūleʻa took us into the wild. The voyage itself will take about 400 crew members from, we're hoping, about 26 countries. Diversity and equity and access matters. That this is not just a Hawaiian voyage, this is a global voyage. We'll be at sea for about 450 days, and we'll be on land for 950 days. Every day is a story of ideas and people. You cannot make this movement by yourself. You have to have communications and education platforms that can get it to billions. And then you need to have partners that are going to essentially strengthen the stories, help us to access communities. We will go to indigenous territories and communities to make sure that these people have voice. Hōkūleʻa, Hikanalia will do its part. It won't do it by itself. You need the platforms and you need the partners. And that whole voyage of connecting to the earth and connecting to these people who can make change, we're working just as hard on those partners and those platforms as we are in getting Hōkūleʻa ready to go. When you try to imagine and add up how much goodness people are actually doing as individuals, not collected, not organized, not institutionalized, we should never do that. Just let that wave happen, let that movement happen. We're in the race between those who are essentially hurting the earth and those who are healing it. What we're trying to do is reclaim our relationship to the earth. It's our time to turn the canoe to the only island we have, and that's the earth. These miracles of these voyagers that started to discover all these islands, it's like the eighth wonder of the world. How did they do that so far back in time? There was two things of genius in Polynesia. Someone needed to build a vehicle, a spaceship of our ancestors that could sail far, when no other culture on the earth was sailing far. The other is you had to navigate to find a way to and from. The navigator needed to be able to see, it needed to be able to hear, it needed to be able to feel. Every day that navigator would maybe making 5,000 observations of a wave or a bird or a star. It would make 500 choices about trim, course, steering, and then it would make two decisions. At sunrise and sunset, in the color of light of dawn and dusk, it would make decisions about where are you on the earth. I think we are where we are on the planet today, where human beings are changing the earth. It is now turning around and changing us, and we don't know what to do because we disconnected. The greatest thing we need to do is become family of the earth again, family of nature. The greatest naturalist I've ever met was my teacher, Maupea, who transcends the observation of nature to what he calls the magic. It is about when the human existence becomes part of the family of nature, that you are nature. The thing about Mao, the day he was leaving, packing his bag, he sat me down and said, okay, Nainoa, I give you everything. And the ocean showed you everything, but it'll be 28 years before you'll see. If you want someone to know everything, send your son because you're too old. That's a crucial piece of cracking the code. And it's when we teach our children. When do you learn the connection? When do we learn verbal language? When do we learn the language of nature? And that's the language we need to immerse ourselves. We need to bring it back. We need schools of nature immersion globally. And that's why we're voyaging. To just getting general awareness to half the population of the earth, getting understanding to a quarter population of the earth, and getting the sense of values back to 1 billion people. And then going down the road from values, you need to reinstate respect. Then you need to reinstate care. And then from there, where values are now moving to action, that's when you need to help strengthen a community and a culture that's global, not based on race, but based on values. Hōkūleʻa takes us into the wild. The voyage itself will take about 400 crew members from, we're hoping, about 26 countries. Diversity and equity and access matters. That this is not just a Hawaiian voyage, this is a global voyage. We'll be at sea for about 450 days, and we'll be on land for 950 days. Every day is a story of ideas and people. You cannot make this movement by yourself. You have to have communications and education platforms that can get it to the billions. And then you need to have partners that are going to essentially strengthen the stories, help us to access communities. We will go to indigenous territories and communities to make sure that these people have voice. Hōkūleʻa, Hikanalia will do its part. It won't do it by itself.
Boy, I will be serving as cook today as we are gathered down at the Lihikai or at the shore. We are going to be welcoming two members from Hōkūleʻa with an auva, or flotilla of canoes representing our puna, and also representing us today as contemporaries living a lifestyle of our ancestors. All right, I want to see a big cheer for Hōkūleʻa off in the distance. Beautiful, high,
Okay, I got eyes on commentator now.
As we look Makai, all the way from the left, we see in the distance Mokumanu, or Bird Island. And then coming around in a clockwise direction from Mokumanu, we can see Hoʻokupu Peninsula, Ulupa'u Crater, Pu'u Hawaiiloa, Nu'upia Fish Pond, Mahinui, Kalaheo, and then up to the Ko'olaus, the highest peak of Ko'olau is Ponahuanui, and then Pu'ulanihuli, and then Keahi Atahoi in Canoe, and in front, directly in front of us, Pu'umaili'eli, which is famous in the story of Hi'iaka Ikapoli O'Pere. Coming further, we see Pu'upueo, Pu'u'ohulehule, and right above us here at Hakipu, Kualoa, is Kane Hoalani. Around the bend towards Ka'ava, at the end of the Ko'olau Poko district, is Paliku. So all of these pu'u, all of these geophysical landmarks have names, they have stories, they have mana, they have beauty. Story of Hakipu, the magical conch shell of Waipio Valley. That conch shell is said to have been sounded and in a magical kind of way would gather people together, the word akoakoa or ho'akoakoa for important events. So mahalo to all of our ohana for their ho'okani pu sounding that shell trumpet of our ancestors. A special aloha to the Hakipu ohana for welcoming all of us here to Kualoa Hakipu, and also a shout out to Kaneohe Canoe Club, who is along with their va'ahehe, their racing canoes, are actually onboarding Hōkūleʻa and Hikianalia crew members to bring them ashore, as the va'akaunua, the double hull canoes will remain anchored just outside of the reef area. So again, Canoe Canoe Club, other community groups, and a special warm aloha pumehana to the Hakipu ohana.
Right here, the glasses on, right here on the beach, right here. You see where the guy is with his rig? Right here across the beach, right here. You gotta be in the front of these guys. The handheld. Go handheld, man. You gotta be able to move. Go handheld. Go off the sticks. Yep.
That's a very symbolic way to acknowledge this very important event. I want to point out that I'm standing here next to the Nakamakai tent. This pohaku. And just a little story about this stone. First of all, its name is Nainoa Thompson. The stone comes from the base of Hanehualani, the highest peak over Kualoa and Hakipu. And according to the namer, the name giver, Kaimana Farsi, the name comes from a traditional ʻolelo or Hawaiian proverb, Laulu koa o huka, laulu koa o kai. So ulu koa is a forest of koa trees. So the grove in the uplands, also then laulu koa o kai, refers to koa canoes in the ocean. So prolific koa trees in the mountains and koa trees in the ocean, Wa'akaunua, and all of our various vessels. So the name of this pohaku, prominently placed here at Hakipu, is Na'ulukoa o Hōkūleʻa, the core forests of Hōkūleʻa, both in the uplands and at the shore.
Okay, I can pass a line.
Just like all that's
this very moment that you finally have been recognized of knowledge. I'm looking forward. So please inspire me. My ige papa, my mana oti, please let me know what I can
Yeah.
We hear the sound of a hair chants calling out to the crew members of Hōkūleʻa and Hikianalia, bidding them welcome to Hakipu. 50 years ago, a group of historians, scientists, cultural practitioners, and community leaders got together and established the Polynesian Voyaging Society. Among them were renowned historian and artist Hawaii, Ben Finney, and others, Myron P. Thompson, Tommy Holmes, and Kupuna also, who came up and remembered the zenith star over Hawaii, Arcturus, and its Hawaiian name is Hōkūleʻa, loosely translated as Star of Gladness. And this name, and we remember that Hoku and Hōkū are two different things in the sky. The canoe is named for star Hōkū, and Hoku is the nearly full moon in the night sky. So not Hōkūleʻa, but Hōkūleʻa. And traveling in the sky with Hōkūleʻa is another star named Hikianalia. And so the two Va'akaulua, Hōkūleʻa and Hikianalia in the ocean are named for the companion stars at the zenith over Hawaii, Hōkūleʻa and Hikianalia.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah.
Or gave the name to this pohaku commemorating 50 years of Hōkūleʻa, Naulu Koa o Hōkūleʻa, remembering the koa forests of the inland areas and the koa forests at sea, the auva'a, or fleet of koa canoes, Naulu Koa o Uka, Naulu Koa o Kai.
Switch off.
When the crew members of Hōkūleʻa and Hikianalia make their way to shore, they will be following a pathway that is marked off with a beautiful leilai or tea leaf leaves, and we will be making our way to the ceremony site in the Mauka direction. The ceremony will begin at about 9 o'clock this morning. So we are now ready to welcome the crew members of Hikianalia and Hōkūleʻa who are being brought ashore in racing canoes paddled by Canoe Canoe Club and other community groups. Another aloha again to the Hakipu ohana for their gracious hospitality in inviting us to spend the day at this historic wahipana a land area rich with ʻolelo, the history of our kupuna, e kipa mai o koa pauloa. I'm going to be handing over the mic at this time to Liko Ho. In a few minutes to talk about. Oh my, follow up. Everybody, pai lima for Liko Ho, Hakipu, ʻohana. Just share a little story with you about what's happening in Makai.
They're one of the participants of the Maha this year. And on that canoe is one of Hōkūle's sons. So together, the Maha right here in Kualoa, and then went on to navigate the Maha towards helping to bring back the voyage and navigation.
And he's extending our aloha out to Micronesia, to Samoa, the homeland of Master Navigator, Po Navigator, Maopiailu. His son is with us today, and they help to tie together the islands of the Pacific, island nations, island countries, Micronesia, Melanesia, Polynesia, and the rest. Elua kuiva'a e kōkua nei ke ila, Canoe he Canoe Club, and Lahui o Ho'olauloa, bringing the crew members of Hikianalia and Hōkūleʻa to the Aikai, to the shore. In our ʻolelo Hawaii, there are several words describing the shore. Aikai, aione, lihikai, kahakai. These words describe varying conditions of the shore, and today we are witness to kai malie, kai malino, very calm, still waters. And so today, as these calm waters meet the sand at the shore, we describe this as lihikai.
Can you take off the chair?
Sure.
I don't have circle or body circle. Hey, brother.
Hōkūle is the highest peak over Kualoa and Hakipu. In one ʻolelo, Hōkūle, along with Hōkūleʻa, are the parents of the Pele clan. Hōkūle associated with Pele and Hi'iaka. In other stories, Hōkūle is a god of the sun, along with Hōkūle. Hōkūle representing the powerful force of the sun that rises to Kahikina in the east. Very important in Hōkūle Va'a navigation.
I have 7 minutes left. Important. I have 7 minutes left on my camera for batteries now.
years ago, renowned chanter and cultural expert James Ha'uka Jr. reintroduced into the Hawaiian collective ear 3 terms that have to do with pulling the canoe, paddling the canoe. 3 simple words: ki'auau, huki'auau, ko'auau, apai kawa'a. That means the canoe comes ashore. So he would chant, ki'auau, ki'auau, huki'auau, huki'auau, ko'auau, ko'auau, apai kawa'a. Remembering chant master Hōkūleʻa. We hear spontaneous chanting at the shoreline at the Lihikai, saying "Ola ko'uka, ola ko'kai, ola koluna, ola kolalo." From above to below, from the inlands to the ocean, grant us life, grant life to Hōkūleʻa. The theme for today's event is E Ola Mau o Hōkūleʻa. May Hōkūleʻa live on and on. This is an expression of thanks to 2 local canoe clubs here, one from Kualoa, and that is Canoe Canoe Club, and one from Kualoa, Lahui o Kualoa. Lahui ha e lua e kokua nei I ka hali ana mai I na lala o Hōkūleʻa me hikana lia I ka lihi ai kai. Some of the most important ʻolelo maina kupuna mai from our ancestors describes Hakipu. Hakipu as the home to the first ulu trees or breadfruit brought by navigator Haʻi from the southern islands. Some say upolu. But to Hakipu, the ancient navigator Haʻi brings the first ulu seedlings, and today Hakipu is home to thousands of breadfruit trees or ulu. Another important story of Hakipu involves Papa, Wakea, and Hoʻokupu. Hakipu, said to be the original home of the first halau plant from which we make koi, and haloa lokapalili, haloa naka. E ia mai na hoi, na wa'a. Ohana is at the likai at the shore, chanting welcome, as he is Kupa'aina. He is of this place, and he welcomes all to enjoy the day. Hōkūleʻa.
Hōkūleʻa.
Another chant revived 50 years ago. Today chanted by Makua and Kiki. Maika e na Kiki. Leo. Nani lagi na boni. Mahalo ka olu ka ohana Hakipu. Mahalo for the hospitality extended Hawaiian style by the Hakipu ohana.
Turn into chaos.
The Polynesian Voyaging Society ohana will be making their way up towards the ceremony area. Another big round of applause for the safe arrival. Welcome about 50 years of crew members from back to the birthplace of Hānau.
Have a beautiful day. Hello. Beautiful. Guys did a good job. All the new generation.
Our ceremony of welcome will begin at about 9 o'clock. In about 10 minutes or so, at the ceremony site, we invite one and all to enjoy the protocols,
They're coming now.
Everybody, hop in on it. Let's make some noise and let me acknowledge again this Hōkūle, this great stone monument brought from the foot of Hawaii. Its name honors the crew members of Hōkūleʻa. Naulukoa o Hōkūleʻa. Yo e Naulukoa o Hōkūleʻa.
Hey, good. Hey.
Okay, let's lift our voices of welcome for these stallions of the sea.
Have this like broadcast board.
Still on?
Oh yeah, we showed it
Yeah, can you bang her in the head with this? Let me go. Can you bang her in the head with this?
Yeah, right there, Dad. Right there by Dad. Yeah. I'm in Hōkūle for Okay, let's see.
Over the next 10 minutes, we will prepare for a program that will start. Until then, we invite you to find a seat. The performance and ceremonial area up in front here. You'll see some flags that demarcate the area. On the grass, we invite you to do so just outside of those red flags. Meanwhile, if you can find a spot, there's also our ohana wa'a, our PBS ohana. We invite you to sit here in 10A, which is close on the Makai side. Others, please find your way in, and I'll sort of talk you through some of the directions as to what's going to happen in the next few minutes. Komo mai. Komo mai. Yeah. Oh, they're all going to stop? Okay. That was the thought. Okay. If they rather stand there, that's fine. Sit down and then come back up. Just because I think it's going to be a while before we actually start. Okay. You know what? Leave them there. All right, please take a seat. If you can find a space, we invite you. We have members of our crew standing on the Makai side there waiting for the beginning of our time together so that they can greet you. And we see many more folks who are making their way through. I think we have
somebody help me.
We have a special arrival on vehicle of kupuna who are coming through the pathway. We welcome them. Mahalo, everyone. It's a time of celebration and festivity. And there will be moments, of course, of reflection. Again, we invite you as you're making your way over to find a place. Here we are in this very storied wahipana. Eia maina mea hano hano ke aloha. Members of our 76 crew, and they represent the pride of Hawaii and the world. Please, ho'okani mai oko, let's make some noise. Hulo, hulo. Hulo, ke aloha, hulo, hulo.
What a wonderful way to signal the beginning of our time together. So as they prepare to take their places, we ask for you to do the same. And if you know where you're going to be, wonderful. Others, please, feel free to find a space, and we'll start in a few short minutes. For now, welcome. Aloha mai. Ooh, olu ke la, yeah? I'll pay oko mai kai. Oh, we have so many mea hano, so many dignitaries that are arriving, our ohana from all over the Pacific. Our crew members representing 3 generations, nearly 3 generations of ohana va'a and the Polynesian Voyaging Society. Aloha. Oh, we have some ocean royalty here today. My goodness. Hui, aloha. We are in for a treat today. We have so much protocol planned, but this is entertaining kind of protocol. We're going to see beautiful hula. We're going to witness a beautiful ava and ava ceremony for selected dignitaries. We're going to aloha ke kahi. We're going to love one another, and we're going to enjoy the mana of this place, Kualoa. Kualoa and Hakipu were so revered in our ancient times, primarily in relation to the ancient navigator Kaha'i and his bringing of the first ulu plant to Hawaii, so that when canoes would sail by Kualoa, they would lower their sails or close their sails out of respect to the ancient navigator Kaha'i. Ai makaukau no ka papahana, ho'omana, e ho'omalu kākou.
Ai, mahakau no ka pule o mai kai, ako a oi a pule.
I ka pakpa uatane o ka aina I pu I lali aina ainui a te atu ai he ole tapu unui a polo lei te hele aku ana I mu ai Hānau te pō a kua. O kana kei kuku, o kana kei pōpoi, lau I te pō mātai. A hina wale kana hei, ka kahi nei, ka ula wale ka lai o ke a kua. Ka ke re, ko ke kana kaha, ke wale ka o. Ko ka ina te o ka pō.
You can come to audio on my camera.
Hānau lai he wahi, hānau ki he kāni, hānau pane he ahua, hānau kanaloa ka he hauna laia. Hānau katu o moanai, ka wauka au ke kōna wahake kai, tūpolo I ari I kuola I pōkona, o ke kānaka o aloa, laua O tupa, he kano ātawa. O lai wahi nei, o lai wahi nei, o he tanu mama. No hoi kanaka o te pōki, hānau o haha po ele he wahi, hānau o hapo po he wahi, hānau o maila o lo pala ki kahino. No hoi ta aina o lua, ka pai a wahi o lohe lua. O he kare hānau kea. Oh, lohe ka wahi ne haseu ke. No, mai lai a kāna, hānau ki olo ia kāna, hānau popo he wahi, hānau po ele a hono, mai o me hilo, ana la koni hānau mei. Ka ke ki ka mākaka, kuion, tamuian, o ke kana ole o ke kana kandeila ua. E kane hoalani e aloha. Tu ua mai te pō mai kai, a e a kalani, e a ka honua, e a kane ka waino. E olai na ki aku, e olai na lauari, e olai ke kahi hei, na oi, na ka ohana e olai na ka kai kome e olai ka ohana o Hōkūleʻa Ale kualolo, o kanaloa, kanaloa e, mai ki kailoa e.
Moananuiākea kamua sale, kona leo, oli I kaika nahe nahe.
Mahalo, that was Kevelina Maine Ke Kini o Lalo from the hula collection of halau ke kuhi, the students of the Commemoration schools ko Palama, Hawaiian ensemble. Pai ili mahono ke la hula I kai kaloa. Mahalo. At this time, we'd like to invite Kahu Ken Makua Kane from Kauai Ha'o Church to offer our pule ho'omaikai. Eia mai, pai lima no Kahu Ken Makua Kane, Kauai Ha'o, hale pule o Kauai Ha'o.
Mahalo nui. Let us all join together in our hearts and spirits for this wonderful occasion. E ho'omaluka ko. E nā ke akua nā I hana I ke kai a me ka aina. E nā kupuna alohe I nā hulu makua. On this sacred day, Hōkūleʻa was first born 50 years ago, and we come together as one ohana to honor her voyage, her journey, which is not across the vast oceans, but across time and generations. We remember the great love and respect the visionaries who dared to dream, who saw beyond the horizon and trusted in the wisdom of the past. It was through their courage, their determination, their dedication, and their faith that Hōkūleʻa set sail, reviving the sacred knowledge of wayfinding, restoring the deep bonds between our people and the ocean. We give thanks for their wisdom and their sacrifices, for the hope they instilled in the hearts of us, the people. Because of them, our children know the language of the stars, the rhythm of the waves, the stories that are carried by the wind. Because of them, the spirit of exploration and discovery lives on. We humbly ask for your continued blessings upon this va'a, upon all who sail upon her deck, upon those who uphold her mission, upon all who believe in the power of knowledge, perseverance, and aloha. May Hōkūleʻa continue to journey with purpose. May her sails be filled with favorable winds, and may her crew be guided with wisdom and strength. May every voyage be safe, every landfall be welcomed, and may the lessons she carried be shared across the world. Let her always be a beacon of unity, a bridge between cultures, a reminder of our kuleana, a testimony of the resilience of us, its people, and the celebration of the bond between humanity and its natural world. We pray for the future generations who will inherit this sacred knowledge. May they walk boldly in the footsteps of those who came before. May they protect and cherish the wisdom of the past, and may they continue to sail forward with courage, humility. And so we stand together today, grateful for the past, embracing this present, and looking forward to the future. We lift our voices in thanks, in remembrance of hope. May Hōkūleʻa live on. May her legacy endure, and may her journey never end. Ima waku kaloko mai kai o ka hako Yesu Kristo. Ame ke aloha kia kua me kalona puana me ka uhane he molele me au ko pakahia pau. Amene, amene, amene.
Mahalo tukahu Ken makua kane. We invite our Hōkūleʻa crew, our Ohana Va'a Polynesian Voyaging Society. Homo mai anoho malie. Yeah, nui kalumi, komo mai a noho a olu nohoi. Aloha pume hana kako e ka lehu I akoa mai ke I ala, ke a naina hano, ma ke I ala hano nohoi, o iahoi ka piha makahiki kana lima o Hōkūleʻa. My name is Manu Boyd. I'll be serving as your Master of Ceremonies today. What a glorious day this is. Another big hand for all of this coming together. We're looking at, I mentioned earlier, ocean royalty, but they're also royalty on land as well. And you see the faces of the young navigators, the kupuna navigators, who are all here together, and we do this out of respect. At this place, Kualoa Hakipu in particular, when Kamuela Chan was offering his oli earlier, he acknowledges Kane Hoalani. Kane Hoalani, both remembered as a parent of Pele, a father of Pele in some stories, along with Haumea, and also Kane Hoalani, the god of the sun. So the sun is very important here in energizing our spirits, our uhane, as we gather for this auspicious occasion. We have ohana that are gathered here today all the way as far as Aotearoa, down south, from Micronesia, from Tahiti, the Cook Islands, Alaska, the U.S. continent, and all of this has been made possible and inspired by Hōkūleʻa. Hōkūleʻa started out in 1975 as a sort of a one-time deal. make it to Tahiti and make it back and hang up the hoi and put the sails away. Instead, because of the urging of people like Myron Pinky Thompson and the continued kāko'o and expertise of historian and artist Herb Moananuiākea, and generations and scores of people, the kupuna, who decided on the name of Hōkūleʻa as the zenith star over Hawaii, loosely translated as star of gladness or star of happiness. And we remember that it's not Hoku, it's Hōkū. Hoku is a full moon right before Mahealani, but Hōkū is the star. So ovai ka ino o ko kākou wa'a? Hōkūleʻa. Ohana ho. Hōkūleʻa. Okay, I had to just get that in. I'm so sorry. Always a teaching moment over here. Anyway, we have dignitaries here and the mayor, the big boss of the island, city and county of Honolulu is here to offer some remarks as well. Please, paipaili makako no Mayor Rick Blangiardi to share some mana'o. And here he comes, he's doing his hula ka'i right up to the stage. Here we go.
Aloha, my kako, and good morning, everybody. What a great day for Hawaii. What an incredible milestone for Hōkūleʻa. What a very special blessing for all of us to be here at this moment in time. And to that, what a tremendous honor. I'm deeply humbled to stand before you today as we celebrate 50 years of Hōkūleʻa, 50 years of courage, cultural pride, and a deep connection to the ocean that has defined our heritage for generations. The story of Hōkūleʻa is the story of Hawaii. Born from a dream to reconnect with our ancestors, she has become a symbol of resilience, discovery, and the boundless spirit of our people. In 1975, a group of visionaries dared to challenge the notion that our ancestors navigated by accident. They knew in their hearts that we come from a long tradition of masterful voyagers, people who studied the stars, the winds, the swells of the ocean, and the flight of birds to guide them across vast distances with purpose and intention. Hōkūleʻa's maiden voyage to Tahiti in 1966, led by the great master navigator, Papa Mau Pailug, and a courageous crew, proved to the world what we already knew. The Polynesian people were and are among the greatest seafarers in human history. That journey ignited a renaissance of Hawaiian culture, language, and identity that continues to inspire us to today. No one embodies the spirit of this journey more than Nainoa Thompson. A visionary leader, a dedicated teacher, and a true inspiration. Nainoa has spent his life carrying forward the legacy of wayfinding. His commitment to honoring our ancestors while pushing the boundaries of exploration has shaped the future of voyaging and instilled a sense of pride in countless people around the world. I hold the deepest admiration for Nainoa, and he knows it. Not only for his extraordinary skill as a navigator, but for the leader he is. His ability to bring people together, to inspire the next generation, and to remind us of our kuleana is a gift to all of us. Mahalo, Nainoa, for your unwavering dedication and for leading us all onto this incredible voyage. Over the past 5 decades, Hōkūleʻa has traversed the world's oceans, carrying a message of Malama Honua, caring for our island Earth. She has connected people from all walks of life, from indigenous communities in the Pacific to world leaders who recognize the importance of sustainability and stewardship. Her voyages remind us that we are all voyagers on this planet, bound together by a shared responsibility to protect and cherish our home. So to the Polynesian Voyaging Society, to all the navigators, crew members, educators, and supporters, mahalo nui loa. Your dedication and passion have ensured that Hōkūleʻa continues to sail for future generations. You have given us a gift beyond measure, a renewed pride in who we are, where we come from, and what we can achieve when we honor our past while embracing the future. So as we celebrate this remarkable milestone, let us commit to continuing the journey. Let us teach our keiki the stories of our ancestors, the lessons of wayfinding, and the importance of malama honua. Let us ensure that Hōkūleʻa's legacy sails on, lighting the way for generations yet to come. Hauoli la hānau, Hōkūleʻa. May your voyages continue to inspire, educate, unite us all. Mahalo and aloha. Enjoy this day. God bless you.
Mahalo, Mayor Blangiardi. Eia Hawaii he moku, he kanaka. Here is Hawaii, an island, a man. During the time of Moʻikeha, who came to Hawaii from Tahiti, literally the island of Hawaii was pulled from the sea. As they approached from the south, the island grew and grew and grew. And so for 35 years now, the students of Kamehameha have had the responsibility and the privilege to accompany Hōkūleʻa around the world. And so this suite of dances, and you'll see some Tahitian influence and beautiful Hawaiian strong chanting voices, and the youth of the opio of our kula o Kamehameha. Please enjoy Eia Hawaii.
Kia wau! Kia wau! Pa'apono I ke kaula ka ili la. Ka wo aue. O ke koa nui la ka me eu I o ka uka ka wo aue. Ka aiho, I ke ko'i la hana lau lima me ka hele ulu la na ka ulu o ka la I ka ni o lani vevela ho Kui ka aiho, I ke ko'i la hana lau lima me ka hele ulu la na ka ulu o ka la I ka ni o lani vevela ho Havele lava lua lava pono I hola I ka mo'o ka pola me ka ia kola ho'o malo I ka ahala ahia o ka piko ho'i Havele lava lua lava pono I hola I ka mo'o ka pola me ka ia kola ho'o malo I ka ahala ahia o ka piko ho'i Hapaina pe a o pihi la poholua ponoa e lai ka makani kololi o ho'oki lepa I ka lei ulu ho'i Hapaina pe a o pihi la poholua ponoa e lai ka makani kololi o ho'oki lepa I ka lei ulu ho'i He wa'a kaulua na tahiti nui I kaha mehe I waki ani Na ta'aroara e ho'okele I ka au wa'a ho'i He wa'a kaulua na tahiti nui I kaha mehe I waki ani Na ta'aroara e ho'okele I ka au wa'a ho'i Huli! Hoi! wa ho'i ko ke mai ana kuhaku Kuhaku me ai ai ka malo ulu Pele ai ke ala ka mai ne Kalua ai ai la to ka pai ka ua pala ka mai le a ohina E kuki ho me ka opo no kuhaku la hae No kuhaku la hae Homai ina la ora E ula na ia e na mani ki owi A he ki oe ai ka uike I ka hi ola ni ko mato hoena Hali i ka moena oe ta haua E ta ua ho o ke nei nui tino Kuki no te alua o ea No tuku hakula hae No tuku hakula hae Ka whai ina puo i na mea mai nei Awa puni ho i ka koe hoa O ke kahawa puna puna Ka ulu pala pono kino o hapea Ka peita i ki ka ua pere Ua ao mea mea ua ahiva hiva Ili o maa e No tuku hakula hae No tuku hakula hae Auhe Hawaii Erani Makona Te Moananuiākea Aloha Tahiti Aloha Tahiti Aloha nui e Mai hoi ngā iahu e matawai A ke ala akau e lelele Mana mana i te po i te ao Ala ka ina i Hōkūleʻa i tawa a Akau ua horo i ke hailoa Aloha Tahiti Aloha Tahiti Aloha nui e Mai hoi ngā iahu e matawai A ke ala akau e lelele Mana mana i te po i te ao Ala ka ina i Hōkūleʻa i tawa a Akau ua holo i ke kailoa Auhea oe ka makani toe au Auhea oe ka makani toe au Mana rua o i he makani ole Ua uluhua maka piko a wakea A kea ka moana mamua o oku O mua me ka oku haka haka Me haka o ori he ka manawa Auhea oe ka makani toe au Auhea oe ka makani toe au Mana rua o i he makani ole Ua uluhua maka piko a wakea A kea ka moana mamua o oku O mua me ka oku haka haka Me haka o ori he ka manawa Una
Mahalo, Commemoration Schools Kapala Hawaiian Ensemble, calling the ancient navigator Hōkūleʻa. 50 years ago, when Hōkūleʻa was launched here from Kualoa Hakipu,
one of the primary figures in protocol development and guidance and leadership was renowned chant master and cultural expert Ka'upena Wong. He was a dear student and considered a protege of his mentor, Mary Kavena Pukui. At that time, Kalena Silva was a young man also studying with Ka'upena Wong and participated in those ceremonies in 1975 here and other ceremonies since then. Dr. Kalena Silva is currently a professor at Kahakaula o Ke'eli Kolani, College of Hawaiian Language at the University of Hawaii at Hilo. So without further ado, e ho mai pa'i lima Tō Kauka Kalena Silva.
E ko'olau poko, e Hakipu. E ko kualoa nei o nā pali kulipilipi, e kia ia maila e kāne hoalani. Nā kamaaina me nā malihine, me oko pakahia pauloa. Ka velino ki aloha, aloha kākou. Mahalo and congratulations to the Polynesian Voyaging Society and the Kamehameha schools who have collaborated to produce today's celebration, marking the 50th anniversary of Hōkūleʻa's launching here at Kualoa. Kamehameha School's Executive Culture Officer, Dr. Randy Fong's invitation to share my recollections calls to mind the intensive preparations that led to the launching ceremony on that day exactly 50 years ago. With the support of other experts knowledgeable in Hawaiian cultural practices, Kumukaupena led us that day. Keli'i Tau'a and I served as Kaupena's assistants. In my 70s now, looking back, all of us seem so very young then. I was 22. Keli'i was about 10 years older, in his early 30s, and Kaupena was in his mid-40s. None of us had ever participated in a canoe launching ceremony or even had much knowledge of such traditional Hawaiian practices. But the mid-1970s was a time when, because so much traditional knowledge had already been lost, people were increasingly seeking to hold on to and to revitalize Hawaiian cultural knowledge and practices, including the Hawaiian language, music, hula, medicine, farming, aquaculture, tapa making, and of course, celestial navigation. Hōkūleʻa itself was a product of the commitment to a renewal of traditional Hawaiian cultural knowledge and practices. Kualoa was and continues to be a place of legendary importance because of centuries of voyaging ali'i royalty who lived here and who traveled here. So preparations for Hōkūleʻa's ceremonial launching at this singularly revered place provided the catalyst for extensive research in 19th and 20th century Hawaiian sources. Research mainly carried out by the Hawaiian scholar Mary Kawena Puku'i and Polynesian anthropologist Kenneth Emery, working with the visionary artist Herb Kane and cultural anthropologist Ben Finney. The four produced the launching ceremony that Kaupena led here. In the 1950s and early 1960s, Kaupena had been a chance student of Mrs. Puku'i's and was well versed in Hawaiian poetry, its vocal production, and associated cultural practices. Mrs. Puku'i and her Bishop Museum colleague, Dr. Emery, provided Kaupena with the specific knowledge and guidance needed to conduct the launching ceremony, including information from early 20th century Hawaiian language newspaper writers like Kawai Kaumai Kamakau Ka'opua. 2 years before Hōkūleʻa's launching, in 1973, I was a chance student of Kaupena's, meeting with him at his home in his living room there on Date Street in Kapahulu. I think that relationship probably led him to select me as an assistant. In 1975, Keli'i Tau'a and I were hula students of Kau'i Zurumeister and her daughter Noinoi Lani. If Kaupena didn't already know Keli'i, I believe Auntie Kau'i and Noinoi Lani may have recommended Keli'i to him as Kaupena was very close to the Zurumeisters, often serving as an MC at their Ho'ike and Uniki programs. As Kaupena's assistants, Keli and I received all instruction, advice, and guidance directly from him. Mrs. Pukui and Dr. Emery, having done the research over several months, put together several detailed drafts of the various parts of the ceremony and gave those to Kaupena, who shared them with Keli and myself. The final revision of the canoe launching was completed on March 4th, just 4 days before the canoe launching, reflecting the great care these scholars took to ensure adherence to traditional Hawaiian knowledge and practices. To give you an idea of the extraordinary care taken, in addition to the 27 headlays for ceremony participants, including Captain Herb Kane, Kenneth Emery, Ben Finney, and the paddlers, there was a detailed list of the required ceremonial food baked in an imu right here at Kualoa, including 1 pua'a, a large pig, 10 kumu, a red fish endemic to Hawaii, 15 mai'a, or bananas, and the water of 14 niu, or coconuts for drinking. Instructions included assembling the main ceremonial offering, which consisted of bits of the food placed on a special coconut leaf platter, on which was a banana leaf on top of which were 3 ava leaves. I still marvel at the detail and the specificity of the ceremony's planning. Kaupena sent meticulous memos to Kili and myself, memos that always began with, "My dear Kalena and Kili'i." In one memo, he included the ceremony rehearsal schedule for us chanters and the Kamehameha students who were to serve as paddlers that day. In the same memo, he gave Kili'i and me specific instructions about attire. He wrote, "Our dress will be white muslin pa'u and kihei with tea leaf headband, wristlets, and anklets." On the day of the launching, however, I remember Kaupena dressed completely in white, headpiece, kihei, but instead of a pa'u, or that cloth wrapped around the waist and the hips, he had put on a white malo, or the traditional loincloth. He told me he wasn't used to wearing the malo, but he did so because of his commitment to making the ceremony appear as traditional as possible. A few minutes before the ceremony began, the feather pennant made by Mary Louise Kekuewa and the wooden image carved by Sam Ka'ai, and I see Sam in the audience here today, aloha Sam. The wooden image carved by Sam Ka'ai and the feather pennant was secured. They were both secured to Hōkūle'a's bow. A large crowd had gathered here for the launching ceremony that began at 12 o'clock high noon, an auspicious time in Hawaiian belief because kaukalai kololo ho'i kiakai ke kilo. The sun rests directly overhead, shadows retreat into the body, casting no disruptive shadows. As conch shells announced the ceremony's beginning, the 3 canoe leaders, Kane, Emery, and Finney, mounted the pola, the platform between the 2 canoes, and from a coconut shell containing salt water, Kaupena purified the area by sprinkling the right and left sides of the canoe, and then sprinkling the 2 rows of paddlers, many of them young men from the Kamehameha schools, who were facing the canoe. As he did so, he recited a chant composed by Mrs. Pukui as a statement of invocation. "E kia ai I alaka ai e ho'ona auao, e ho'ola nakila pai ka vai kula me kala nakila." Watch over, guide, instruct, ensure success until the shore is reached safely. After the purification, Keli and I opened the imu here at Kualoa, first assembling the food for the offering to the 3 gods of canoe making, and then for consumption by participants in the ceremony. Kaupena recited a melepule, a prayer chant to the canoe-making gods, asking for the safety and protection of the va'a in all of its travels. The paddlers and chanters then ate the ceremonial food, while the three canoe leaders directed the rope crew that would steady Hōkūleʻa as it was launched into the water. The food remains were then collected in a coconut basket weighted with rocks and placed by Ka'upena in a tea leaf thatched shelter on the pola of the canoe. Ka'upena called out, "E ho'omakaukau," and paddlers positioned themselves alongside the canoe. He then urged them on, "E alulike," and started the hauling chant, "Ki iauau." At that point, the master of ceremonies encouraged all the males in the audience to join the paddlers in pushing Hōkūleʻa into the water as the rope crew ensured its smooth entry. In what seemed like 3 seconds, 4 seconds at most, Hōkūleʻa eagerly entered her ocean home. A huge upswell of joyous shouting rose up from the audience, some wading into the water to touch Hōkūleʻa's magnificent sides. The paddlers climbed aboard, and as the canoe made its way out to sea, Ka'upena chanted a melepule, consecrating it to the gods. When it reached a sufficient distance out, Captain Kane directed that Hōkūleʻa be turned to face the shore. As Keli'i and I threw the basket of food remains overboard from the back of the pola, Kane reminded everyone to continue facing the shore and not turn to look back, because doing so would bring bad luck. When the canoe was moving smoothly back to shore, Ka'upena began the canoe chant, "Iava Anui," with the paddlers joining in as they struck the sides of the canoe in rhythmic accompaniment. As Hōkūleʻa glided to shore and came to rest, paddlers jumped out to steady it, and Ka'upena stepped offshore and announced, "A mama uanoa." The prayer has been offered, all prohibitions have ended. He then asked, "Pehea ka wa'a? Ponoa nei? How is the canoe? Is it good?" All aboard shouted back, "Ai, mai ka iloa ka wa'a Hōkūleʻa." Yes, the canoe Hōkūleʻa is indeed very good. Ka'upena then put the Christian closing prayer in the care of Reverend David Ka'upu, who offered a blessing in Hawaiian and English. After Reverend Ka'upu's blessing, the conch shells were sounded again, signaling the completion of the launching ceremony. And the festivities of the many people gathered began with copious amounts of joy, food, drink, and entertainment. It was truly a momentous and joyous time. I think an important part of the core, of the essence of the ceremonial launching of Hōkūleʻa held here at Kualoa 50 years ago can be found in the words of the ceremony's 4 traditional mele, each clearly reflecting Hawaiian cultural values, worldview, and spirituality brought back from the obscurity of ancient times. By chanting them, we remind ourselves how traditional knowledge can enrich our lives today, and if retained through continued practice, can enrich future generations. One of the 4 traditional mele chanted in the launching ceremony is the first that Ka'upena chanted to the 3 gods of canoe making, Mokuhali'i, Kupa'aike'e, and Mokuhali'i's wife, Lea. Here is Mary Kabena Puku'i's English translation of this mele. O Mokuhali'i, Kupa'aike'e, Lea, here is the pork, a reward, a gift, an offering, a sacrifice to you. The canoe Hōkūleʻa is finished, a double canoe ready to be launched in the sea. That is the place for it to seek gain and wealth. Watch thou carefully. Be on guard for the coral beds and stones of the reef, the waves and the billows of the ocean. Steer the canoe over the depths of the sea. Let the canoe go over the waves of the sea till it becomes worn, moss-grown, and aged. And here's the prayer chant in Hawaiian. You know, Ka'upena did it 50 years ago. He didn't teach it to us, but I'll do my attempt at chanting this old canoe chant. Motuhari tu vai te Eia zapua he tu he matana he ala na he mo he au tō. O hawhae tawa au tūrea he tau huai hola na ia tuana I te tei. O tōna ainga I e huri e tau me te wai wai. E nāna ponoroa au tō. E mata ai ngā putoa ngā pupuhae tu o tahilau papanana luna ale o Samoana. O horono o tō I tawa ama tehi honu o te tei. I hele I tawa ana lu tei a puru au lu talimu pakaia. A kani ko o e. E ola ka wa Hōkūleʻa ola naibi o ka aina. Ola o Hawaii I miloa. E ola aola loa no.
Mahalo anui loa to Dr. Kalena Silva. It's as if we were all there. And that is the beauty of Hawaiian storytelling that his mentors were known for. Ka'upena and his own mentor, Mary Kawena Pukui. Excellent storytellers. And we should remember that the story should be retold and retold again. Especially to the poe keiki. This morning at the beach, when a group of makua or adults started chanting Ia Va'anui, the children on shore in another group started chanting Ia Va'anui as well. And that's good evidence that something is happening right over here. So give all of yourselves a hand for taking the time to remember, to reflect, and to make ready for the future. Mahalo anui loa. Our next tribute will be offered by Dr. Kamuela Kimokeo from the renowned group Hi'ikua, and also an educator here in Ko'olau Poko. His mele and his mo'olelo will be shared at this time. In the meantime, we want to say aloha again to the ohana of Hakipu, the Hakipu ohana. You know, Hawaiian style. And this is something that we've learned of very strong and wonderful lessons through Hōkūleʻa, and that is the value of hospitality. And when you go someplace, you ask permission to go. And so it is only fitting that the whole family and their ohana, the Hakipu family, welcome us and allow us to be here at this beautiful place. Also, placing the stone of Naurukoa o Hōkūleʻa, taken from the foot of Kane Hoalani and placed there in honor of today's event, today's Piha Makahiki Kanalima 50th anniversary. Without further ado, let me introduce again.
Keep doing, bro. Keep
doing. This is what they call in Hawaiian entertainment, stretch. Yeah? Ho'olo'i. But this is Kamuela Kimokea. Let's listen to his beautiful Kiho Alu Kona Leo Nahe Nahe no Hoi, an educator, a cultural practitioner, entertainer, and good friend. Aloha.
Aloha. It's an honor to be here and to have this opportunity to play a song for you folks. And initially, I was supposed to be doing just Kiho Alu, and I was recently given the task to choose a song now to sing, which is a lot different because now you got to make sure the words and the meaning is all right there with it all. You know, as I was thinking about what song to sing, this is one that came into my mind. I have the great opportunity to perform with Jerry Santos weekly, and this is one that I hear him often sing, and I thought how appropriate for this one. And the second song that is in this medley that I'm going to do is one that was written by Larry Kimura, Lolena, and Haunani Apoliona for Hōkūleʻa. And I believe it's one of the older songs written for Hōkūleʻa, written in the year 1976. And so he did a medley of songs acknowledging those who have come before, those that aren't present physically with us, that their spirit is still with us, that we still look to them for answers, that we still call out to them to continue to guide us. And they are our guiding star now. So in memory of, those people who have come before, those who have done so much for us, and those who continue to do so much for us, I offer this mele. I hear your voice in the wind and the rain. Guide me to the love I care for. Ku'ukupuna. I feel you. Please sing to me, so I may sing along. Could these be tears of gladness falling from heaven above? I hear your voice in the wind and the rain. Guide me to the love I care for. I feel you. Please sing to me, so I may sing along. Listen, listen. Sons and daughters of these islands, are you listening to the voices of our kupuna? From the swirling winds high on ancient Pali, hear them, feel their love. Can you hear the voices on the wind above the ocean, traveling from the mists of timeless sea, chanting melody sacred to our native Aina, and the pride our nation once did see. Listen, listen, e ho'olohe na kupa o ka'aina. May the rising winds touch you in a kupa and be one with them throughout this land. Listen, listen to the voices of our kupuna. May the rising winds touch you in a kupa and be one with them throughout this land. kahi no kia na no e malama maloko no kona mana no ka holo kai Hawaii puana ia mai va Hōkūleʻa o mākou pume oe I ka holoa hoʻi. The last line to that song says that we will be with you, Hōkūleʻa, in both your journeys and your returns, and it's so beautiful that 50 years later we have kept our promise to be here with Hōkūleʻa. So mahalo to all of those who have allowed us the opportunity to continue to keep our promise to be with Hōkūleʻa. Aloha mai kākou.
Another nice hand for Kamuela Kimokeo. You know, that song and the haunting melody, it reminds us of a large body of mele that were composed in honor of Hōkūleʻa. And Dr. Kalena Silva had mentioned the name of a kumu, educator from Maui, Kumuhula also, but Keli'i Tau'a was responsible for composing many of the lyrics. And then we also remember Roland Casimiro wrote much of the music at that time for songs that we'll be singing for the rest of our lives and for the next 50 years of Hōkūleʻa. Songs like Na Pe'a o Hōkūleʻa and I'astu and Maxwell Namu Namu and all of those songs that remember those times. You know, one of the revered leaders of the Polynesian Voyaging Society is Bruce Blankenfeld, and he's going to come up and share some memories with you as well. And, you know, this is, again, the value, the value of storytelling, because you tell a story and the story lives. Ola ho na me'e. Ola ho na me'e. The heroes of the past inspire our young ones for today. So, without further ado, Eia mai o Bruce Blankenfeld, leader of Polynesian Voyaging Society. Mahalo.
Aloha mai kākou. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. You know, oh gosh, Kalena, thank you for sharing all that. I was sitting next to John Morgan over there, and John said, gosh, it's like we're here in the moment, 50 years ago. And you put us there, Kalena. That was a beautiful thing. That's what we're celebrating. We're celebrating a vision. We're celebrating looking back to look forward. I don't know, we're celebrating so much, but I got to tell you, when I watched, I cannot I don't get tired of watching the video of Hōkūleʻa sliding down this beach into the water, and the joy that it created amongst multitudes, people that weren't even here. And when you think about that, I remember being in South Africa in 2015, and we're loading the canoe, getting ready to leave. And I'm standing on the pier, and I'm looking at the canoe, see how she's balanced. And this gal walks up. She goes, "Is that Hōkūleʻa?" I go, "Yeah, it is." She goes, "I was at the launching." And I still remember it like today. We're talking. It's like all those little stories are just amazing. And she was just so proud of that moment 50 years ago and the moment at that time, standing on that pier and knowing that this little canoe is still out there sailing around and just doing tremendous things. But I really came up here to pay tribute to some of our leaders from the past that have moved on. They've transitioned, they're hala, but they're always with us in spirit. We always talk about them. We always look to them, like Manu said, for guidance, strength, vision. So I want to bring into this space Herb Kawainui-Kane, artist, historian, captain, alakai, so much more. Also Tommy Holmes, just Tommy, local waterman, boundless energy, enthusiastic canoe paddler and canoe man and everything about canoeing, who lent his hand to make everything work. Tumoanatani, Ben Finney. Ben Finney got a call in the mid-50s to set things right about where Pacific Islanders and Polynesians came from. There was a book that was written that said we came from South America. Pacific scholar Catherine Luomala and even Kennedy, they begged to differ. They said, "I don't think so. We came from the West." And so Tumoanatani got a call to start the wheels turning. As time went on, we paid tribute to Uncle Pinky, Myron Pinky Thompson. He's Kekioka Aina. Visionary. Just some things about Uncle Pinky, you know, right after high school, 18 years old, signed up for the draft. Off he went to fight in World War II in Europe. That, you know, storming the beach in Normandy, combat wounded, came home after recovering and set a new path for recovery for the Hawaiian people. You know, he led the way so much for us. After a pivotal moment, I remember, after the swamping in 1978, he got us together and he just said, "Hey, we're going to get back to sea. We're going to get back in." And there was a lot of parameters. But what he really talked about was like, this cannot be Hōkūleʻa's legacy, what people remember. This, what we're 50 years later, this is what we're going to remember. And he set us on this path. Piailug, Mao, Papa Mao. You know, I've met over the years many Micronesians from other islands, and when they know that we sail on Hōkūleʻa, their first question is, "Do you know Piailug?" I said, "Yeah, I know. We know Piailug. He was our friend. He was our teacher. He was our mentor and our guide in so many ways." And but he goes by so many names. Mao is his nickname. It's not his given name. It means strength. It means courage. It means so much more. Other mentors of us, Wright Elimakule Bowman Sr. For those of you who knew Elimakule, he was a kalaiva'a, he was a teacher, he taught wood shop up at Kamehameha for decades. For decades. He was an incredible craftsman, but he was a kalaiva'a, a canoe builder. When Hōkūleʻa was first launched and put together, he built the paddles, the steering paddles. He built so much more that went onto the canoe. And he continued to be a presence in the voyaging and the paddling community to help guide and push forward. And ultimately, his son, Raito Elimakule Jr., built Hawaii Loa. And you see Uncle Wright in all of that. Uncle Abraham Pi'inaya. Uncle Abraham Pi'inaya was an incredible individual that had a license as a master mariner in all oceans, unlimited tonnage in the midst of us. And when we first started, and we knew very little, if anything, about who we were and where we were going. And we had the privilege of hooing and getting together and just listening to him talk and share knowledge. And it gave us a little bit more insight into what this was all about. Kenneth Emery, you heard his name mentioned earlier. He spent a lifetime. This gentleman is from Massachusetts. He looked into the Pacific with curiosity, looked around him, looked below, befriended so many people across the Pacific to just learn about cultures and to share. And he shared. He was a beautiful individual. He was married to a beautiful Tahitian woman, and he was all about sharing all that knowledge. Te Rangihiroa, Sir Peter Buck, a scholar from Aotearoa. He was the president of Bishop Museum for many years. Sir Peter Buck, Te Rangihiroa, he wrote the book Vikings of the Sunrise. It was another source of stories and information to look towards for voyaging and to understand that. He wrote so many books about Hawaiian crafts and arts and all that things that was shared with children. I remember reading those things when I was little, and you learned a lot. And that's what these guys were. They were teachers, they were mentors. They wanted to help make everything viable and upfront and present for all of us. Wallace Forsyth, Uncle Wally. Uncle Wally was like at the vanguard of surfing. Little Holly boy came here when he was 5 with his mother, him and his brother. He grew up surfing on Waikiki Beach. Loved surfing, loved the Hawaiian people, loved everything about the islands. He would surf every day. He and many of his friends, like Uncle George Downing and others, revolutionized surfboard design, canoe paddling. The revered canoe, Malia, from Waikiki Surf Club, was the iconic state-of-the-art canoe through the 50s and the 60s, and Uncle Wally was at the forefront of that. Uncle Wally told me stories about going to California where people were surfing and still going straight. And he had redesigned surfboards, and him and George Downing are cutting left, cutting right, and they're all looking at him going, what are these guys doing? Big wave surfing at Makaha with Uncle Buff and others.
and so much more. When Hōkūleʻa was envisioned, Uncle Wally got the call, just like Ele Makule, Uncle Wright. They were canoemen. They built canoes. Uncle Wally was in the vanguard of the first catamarans that were built and put on the beach of Waikiki. He sailed those canoes to the west coast, down to the South Pacific, and around the islands. And through all of that, he was just always a real humble guy that did not like recognition or any of that stuff. He was just happy to be there, but he was more than willing to stand up for what he felt was right and scold people. He was our mentor, good friend. And when you look at, every time I look at Hōkūleʻa and I look at the way she's built and she's put together, I see Uncle Wally's influence. Because Hōkūleʻa is a voyaging canoe, and it represents so much across the Pacific. But the way she's put together, the 7 miles of lashing and how she's held together and everything is just simply ingenious. If you think about Hōkūleʻa, that was seemingly built for 5,000 miles to sail to Tahiti in 1976 and come back, a 5,000-mile journey. But she sailed 275,000 miles over the 50 years. It's the simplicity, it's the simple elegance of the design and the way she was put together. And every 10 years, we take her apart, we put her back together exactly how they taught us, and off she goes. And that's happened, gosh, at least 5 times, if not more. But that's the legacy. So these mentors, these friends, family really, I just want to say aloha to them. And again, mahalo nui loa, everybody. Happy birthday. Good to be here.
How's that, Bruce Blankenfeld? He's quite the storyteller also. That's Hawaiian style. Haʻi mo ʻolelo, maika iloa. We're going to be transitioning now into an aha ava. The aha ava is an ava ceremony, but we're not doing high ceremony today. We're going to be doing what we call ava noa. Our aha ava today will be led by Laiana Kanoa Wong. And we begin with hula. And the chairs that are being set up in the front are for the designated elders and leaders who will be receiving the ava. But before the ava is enjoyed by kanaka, we have what is called the ava akua, or the godly ava. And this is often taken to the ocean or to the land. And we have 4 sites. When you see the ava being carried by the lave or the kuene, taking first to the ocean near Hōkūleʻa. Then the second apu will be taken to the pohaku, which is the monument for Piha Makahiki Kanalima o Hōkūleʻa, the 50th anniversary. Another apu will be taken of ava. Apu is the coconut cup, by the way. Will be taken to the ahu, and that ahu is very significant, right on the boundary between Hakipu and Kualoa. So you folks over there in the white tent, you folks are in Kualoa. Everybody else over here, we're in Hakipu. And they're one and the same almost, but in stories they are a bit different. And so that will be the ava akua. This is another opportunity for us to remember our kupuna. And you know, we have a word in Hawaiian, ho'omanawanui. And ho'omanawanui, when we're small, you think you're being scolded. Be patient, be patient. Don't be so flustered. But you think about it, ho'omanawanui really means to create a lot of time, to set aside time that we need to get this process done.
So while we're doing the aha ava, it's a time for, to ho'omalu, to reflect, to sit, to nohomalie, to sit in quiet repose, to relax and enjoy the sounds of the oli and the words of ava preparation that have been shared with us from our kupuna and will be shared to generations ahead. Anolaila eia mai ka aha ava ho'olokahi. Ho'olokahi means to bring us all together as one. So he aha ava ho'olokahi no ho'ikeia. Oia. We invite the crew members to escort the elders and the leaders who have been designated as ava recipients. So e komo mai, e kipa mai hoi. Within the ava ceremony, the oli or the mele that will be shared oftentimes are in honor of the deity Kane. Kane, of course, related to Kane Ho'alani. And so the ava of Kane, the water of Kane, Kane is exhibited through the wind and the rain, the water in the ground, the water in the sky, life-giving water, all in honor of Hōkūleʻa. E ola mau o Hōkūleʻa. Before we retreat to silence, how's about a big hand for all of these leaders, these elders who made the dream, the impossible dream, a reality for 50 years and counting. Oia.
Hakipu.
E ulu kini o ke a kuai. Ulu kane me kanaloi. Ulu o ia lau kwa me ka ie. A e mai a noho I kou kuahu. Eia kawaila, he waiola, he ola no ue.
We
Eia ka awa e ke aku ai. He awa lani wale no. He ai ake kamaiki. E inu I ka awa laulani. Ka awa kani kanuaku ai I ka hiki. A ulu a lau a o no I ka hiki. A ka ia a ela, a hoka maila I ke kanoa. Ku I ke kahe I ka apu. O ho aka ailani taina ola. Ola ia kini aku ia oe. I ka ale mo, I ka ale o nā moku. Eia ka wala e. Ia kane hoa lani huli mai la ko kalani. Ia kane luho nua luho I mai la ka honua. Ia kane huli ko a huli nā ko a aina nā ko a kai. Ia kane ka wai o la huli mai la ho I ki kai a me ka wai. Ia lono makua paupu hoi na au makua kua o mako. Holo le ke alaloi. Ua no ka wala e. Me ka hikina ki komohana. Ka akau I ka hema. E ka awa akua. No ke kai ola o kanaloa. No ko kako wa akau lua o Hōkūleʻa. Ko kako wa aku paianaha. Ko kako wa a hoʻopili moku. I ola mau o Hōkūleʻa. E ka awa. Kakau. Eia ka awa no ka pohaku kiaʻi nā ulu koa o Hōkūleʻa. E kiaʻi mau I kia aina. E kiaʻi mau ia mākou. Ua lawa no I ka pohaku. Ka hikina ke komohana. Ka kau I ka hema. Ia ka awa akua. No ka ahu o Kualoa me Hakipu. E ahu mau ka mana o ka piko. Mai ka api o kai a mai ka ale po I pu o hale kalani. Lo a o ahu he vohi na ahu kini ala. Nala a ka buhe kāne ia nala a me ala a ko nā he vai. Ke komohana, a kau I ka hema. E ka awa, I na au makua hoʻokele. Na lako no he ala ka I mai, ka hānau I ano ki a waa. Kupai anaha o Hōkūleʻa. E ola mau ko kako mau kupuna. E ola na ku. Nana I mahiki wana lia o wana lia ke kāne o hanala a tawaine. Hānau ni hau he aina I te aiza mole o taina. Ulia I ka moku a kāne kanaroi. I kauila I ka pō ka fu o makali. Hānau o kaua I he ali I he kama he puali. He huhui
pāhola ia e kalani holo wale nā moku I holani I ka wewehi ka pua kalana ki lei Uhulia I ka moku a kāne kana loa I ta I he lau mehi I pola pola Dāna I mahi ki wana lia ke kāne o hanala a ka wahina Hānau ni I hau he aina he motu he aina I ke ai ka mole o ta aina He kolu lākou keiki I hānau I tā rākahi O ni hau o ka ula o ni hoa pau mai Whaka makua I ne o ili moku ole mai mawo Haua I te
Po ai ka piko o Ākea Wanoa ke kapu awa E nā kupuna o ke aka ka ukou Kai o ka mākou Wanoa ka awa nuku kako mau Alaka I Hōkūle nā alaka'i o Hōkūleʻa. Mahalo ia o kou, o ka ohana nui, o ke ia papahana wa'a, o kou hana nui, na kanalima makahiki a oi, e ho'ola ai kia loina o iwi. Ke makaukau e ʻolelo pū ana kākou, ka ʻolelo ho'olo kahi. A e ʻolelo pū kākou a pau, e kolu manawa. Makaukau? E ola mau o Hōkūleʻa. E ola mau o Hōkūleʻa. E ola mau o Hōkūleʻa. E nā alaka'i e inu i ka āwā kāne. E inu. Mahalo e nā alaka'i. I olani tu ulani o ta maile he inoa haʻi I lua e taha ama I te ao ta maile. Mua kano tawa lau tawa muʻemuʻela a kāne. O taina tapu e a tau ma ka hatai, mai ka iti tū ka hiki mo e tawalai. Eli, eli, tau, eli, eli, tau, eli, eli, toa. A ia te mole kai te tupu mai au te moe mai po te patamana maala. Hele, ave ave lai, hili o e lai, o wali o e lai, hai nulai. Ama ona no te ia o tulani o ta maile he inoa hali I lua e taha ama I te ao ta maile. Ua kano tawa lau tawa muʻemuʻela a kāne. O taina tapu e a tau ma ka hatai, mai ka iti tū ka hiki mo e tawalai. Eli, eli, tau, eli, eli, tau, eli, eli, toa. Ia te mole kai te tupu mai au te moe mai po te ia ke kāna. Ave ave lai, ka pākāne. O e lai, o wali o e lai, o hai nulai. Ama ona no te ia o tulani o ta maile. E nā pūkani, kani ka pū. After this, after the pū hiki. Yola mau, Hōkūleʻa.
Mahalo nui to Laiana Kanoa Wong for officiating the Aha Ua Noa, Ua Ono. As we collect the Apu, we're going to begin escorting our elders and our leaders back to their noho and continue on with our program. As we move into the Awakea time of day, midday, Keakua has been very gracious, very loko maikai with us today. Hela ano o malu malu keia. It's kind of a overcast day, keeping everybody cool and happy. Many are the mele composed in honor of Hōkūleʻa. And we'll be hearing a number of them throughout the day at this Hōkūleʻa, at this celebration. But one particular mele, composed in English, but very, Hawaiian in spirit, Hōkūleʻa, Star of Gladness. And I remember way back when, this was composed by Bugi Kalama. And Bugi Kalama was a brother of Kumuhula Leina Ala Kalama Haini. So he had that kind of character. Hawaii Piha, ke koko, Olu Olu, a big part of Hōkūleʻa history as well. And he writes this mele that has become a favorite song among our haumana at Kamehameha also. Because there's a line that says, shout jubilation, and then everybody says jubilation in the song. It's funnier when you hear it live. But in any case, joining me on stage and joining us in tribute to the 50th anniversary of Hōkūleʻa, and she's getting set up. This is Paula Funga. And we had a chance during Malama Honua to welcome Hōkūleʻa into New York. And I think you sang this song there, yeah, Paula? Sang it there along with other mele as well. So give us a couple of minutes. But in the meantime, just give a big welcome to Paula Funga and her ʻohana to offer this song of tribute to Hōkūleʻa, again composed by the legendary Bugi Kalama. Oh.
Check 1, 2. Aloha. Lloyd, I need more vocal. Yes, it is truly an honor to be able to sing this song written by Uncle George Bugi Kalama, who was one of the original crew members back in 1976 when Hōkūleʻa first set sail to Tahiti. They were stuck in the doldrums, and I see quite a few original crew members here today, and this is truly one of my favorite songs that I get to perform, and I sing it everywhere I go, all around the world. Like Manu said, I was able to celebrate Hōkūleʻa's welcoming into New York. We got to sail down the Hudson River on the Hōkūleʻa, and it was just such an honor. And I feel so honored because if it wasn't for this song that was written by Uncle George Bugi Kalama, I don't think I would be invited to all these things. So mahalo nui, Uncle Bugi. Every time I sing this song, I think of him, I honor him, and also the original crew members on that very first Hōkūleʻa's maiden voyage. All right. And it was Nainoa who told me the story that the canoe is stuck in the doldrums, and for a long time, I feel like the name of this song was called Raindrops. Yeah, Nainoa? And yeah, I'm just so honored to be here to sing this song in honor of Uncle Boogie and his ohana. Yeah, a song called Hōkūleʻa, Star of Gladness. We sail away on time. Blow Makani, shout jubilation. Carry us down to our destination. Oh, wiki wiki, akeala ikahiki. Billions of stars up in the sky, looking up the Omegas high. Oh, Hōkūleʻa, you're the star of gladness. Oh, Hōkūleʻa, star of gladness. Stand beside me and be my friend. Make me smile and laugh again. Yes, Hōkūleʻa, you're the star of gladness. Oh, Hōkūleʻa, star of gladness. Lift your boat, your hull glides through the sea. Guide Hōkūleʻa, Lord, we ask you please. This we pray, Akua, show us the way. Oh, Hōkūleʻa, star of gladness. Oh, Hōkūleʻa, there we go, star of gladness. While we sail away on time, blow Makani, shout jubilation, carry us down to our destination. Oh, wiki wiki, akeala Tahiti. Billions of stars up in the sky, looking up the Omegas high. Oh, Hōkūleʻa, star of gladness. Oh, Hōkūleʻa, you're the star of gladness. Mahalo.
Everybody, let's shout some jubilation. Jubilation! All right. Oh, mahalo anui. You know, our papahana, ho'omana'o, piha makahiki kanalima no Hōkūleʻa, is coming to a close, but it would not be a Hōkūleʻa celebration without the presence of the president of the Polynesian Voyaging Society, Mr. Nainoa Thompson. So here he is in the front. He had some ava. He's all, He's going to come up and share with you another wonderful mea haʻi mo ʻolelo, sharing stories about and often about his parents, especially his dad, the late Myron Pinky Thompson, his grandparents and how they influenced him. But why don't we all stand and give an applause for Nainoa Thompson as he approaches the stage, celebrating 50 years e ola mau o Hōkūleʻa.
Thank you. Mahalo. Please sit down. Yeah. Can you hear me back there? No. As I tried to prepare to speak today, the more I thought, the more I remembered. And I'm just going to apologize now that I'm going to fumble 50 years of your life, and the fact that the gravity of Hōkūleʻa brings people together around the world. Everybody around the world has stories, and that Hōkūleʻa's stories, there's infinite stories, and I'm just one person, and honored, knowing that I get in this place where I start to doubt and I start to fear. And so my great navigator is my father. So he may not be standing next to me, but he's inside me, really close to my heart. So on behalf of him, permit me to tell you what little I know about the beginning, about 50 years ago. But before I go there, Mayor Blanchiardi, thank you for being here. Rick is kuaina. He stands firm on this land, and he'll fight for anything that's right. I know. I knew that before he was the mayor. And it's just an honor to call him my friend. Kalena Silva, thank you for the explanation, because I was here around 20 years old when the canoes launched. And given the fact that 13 years of my education, there was not a single day that a single teacher would talk about a canoe. We talk about your ancestors. We talk about Kaikinui, land of the golden haze. Not a single teacher. Because when we outlawed in 1926, we assumed that Hawaiian stuff doesn't matter. It's not good. It's a waste of time to put in schools. Well, I'll tell you, if you want to look at testimony to change, please, the ones you should stand up for are those children that were here today, speaking our language. And I want to thank the chiefs, the navigators, the children, of Piailug that came so far to be with us. They bring with them 4,000 years of schooling called Woriang. They bring with them the classroom that we would be training from because Api and others trained Mao. When you look at Mao, I ask the question, is he the one that trained us? Or was it his teachers? And I think that statement is to make sure that we recognize how important our teachers are to the future of Hawaii and how we must support them better than we are doing now. I want to thank Kimo Hugo, always hiding in the back, not wanting attention, not wanting credit. But on this man's shoulders, he carried, as crew chief, all the training for the 1976 voyage. He carried on his shoulders the key vital importance was picking the right crew. He carried on his shoulders as crew chief the training. See the photos in Alenuihaha on a bad day, and you'll see photos of courage. Kimo, mahalo. I want to thank the 76 crew. What's left of us? Penny, Buff. When you find a quiet moment today, send your love and aloha to Billy Richards. He's not feeling well. He's not feeling well. Because your love and your aloha and your humility matters. It's at the heart of this canoe. Tava, mahalo. Kimo, Snake, thank you. Dr. Ben Young. And one of my very, very dear friends, John Cruz. First voyage. And the first voyage that went to Tahiti, 1976, it took training, yes. It took courage. Especially against everybody that was saying it couldn't be done, and you're crazy. And recognizing that this hasn't been done in 600 years, but you were willing to go anyway. Not knowing if you're properly trained, you're going to be in the world's two biggest wind systems and collide on the equator and make the cloudiest and rainiest place on the earth. But you went. If you want to think about how complex that is, go stand on Waikiki Beach, look south, draw an imaginary line to the eastern side of Tahiti, and an imaginary line to the western side. That angle is less than half a degree. And then go find it with the stars. Mao Piailug led the way with 2 acts of enormous kindness, was to come, and in hindsight, my opinion, there's no way we could have done it without him. Ignorance was very deep when we launched this canoe. We didn't know how much we didn't know. But he did. And he came in anyway. He agreed to go and sail a canoe 8 times bigger than his. He agreed to go and sail a distance 6 times longer than he's ever done. He agreed to go south of the equator and lose the powerful stars of Hoʻokupu and the northern stars, and sailed with a canoe that agreed to do this sail before Hōkūleʻa was even launched, and agreed to go before Kimo picked the crew. This canoe demanded courage. The 76 voyagers are exemplary. They're extraordinary, and thank you. I do want to thank the people of Satawa who would be willing for the first time in 4,000 years. Navigation is power. When navigation is used the wrong way, people get hurt. It was held fiercely within their culture, with their traditions, not even shared across islands, and sometimes not even shared across families on the same island. Because the duty of protecting the navigation and making sure that it's used for the right reasons was crucial. But they broke the rules. They had a ceremony in 2007 and one in 2008. It's called Po. And Po is the graduation of the deep sea navigator. It is a ceremony about the relationship between the teacher and the student. And it's the whole island that participates. I want to have the Po navigators that are children of Mao, children of the people of Satawa, and children of that school, Wodiang. They are family. And thanking the chiefs to open up that ability for us to come together, even though we're 3,500 miles apart. Please, Po navigators, please stand. Shorty, thank you. Cesario, please stand. Thank you, thank you. God, I don't even know where to start. Yeah. Sometimes I think we look at the launch as the genesis of Hōkūleʻa, the beginning. I'm going to kind of argue that's not the beginning. The beginning was 2,000 years ago, when the spaceship of our ancestors came to these shores and put the first human footprint in the sand. Coming from a country 10 million square miles, humbly excluding the landmass of New Zealand, would be 600 times more water than it is land. The biggest country on the planet. And the question is, how did they do it? 2,000 years ago, we forgot because of the forces of other cultures coming here in the last 250 years. That would change everything. We might have forgot the name of the canoe, we might have forgot the name of the captain and the navigator, but we didn't forget something that's deep within the Hawaiian heart, that it's its love for its ancestors, its love for its home. I'm going to continue to use that word, love, because we could not have done what we've done without it. And I do want to talk about the challenges we took, because we were challenged. Contemplate sailing around the world on a canoe 3 feet off the water, 39,000 miles, 900 days on land, 500 on the sea. When we voted to do that on April 1st, 2008, I needed to know one thing. Was Bruce Blankenfeld ready to go? Because if he voted no, we're not leaving. I get so much attention, but it's not me. It's thousands and thousands of people that make this so difficult for me. But also, I think Genesis goes back to the vision and the courage of our founders. And I would argue that the genesis for the actual Hōkūleʻa being launched 50 years ago started 90 years ago. And it started because of a father teaching his son in the Wahipana, the sacred place of Waipio, on the island of Hawaii. The father took a boy 7 years old. His name was Herb. Kawainui. Kane. He told Herb about his homeland, Kaikinui. He told Herb that that place, Kaikinui, is a land of the golden haze. He told Herb that there were canoes, and there were navigators, and there were captains, there were crew that were the best in the world. He told Herb and showed Herb the map of the sky, stories in the stars. Herb's father is Genesis. Herb's father planted the seed in the heart of our visionary, our leader, who can't stand here today, but I love him and I honor him. The other visionary started, 75 years ago in Santa Barbara, because he enrolled in the School of Anthropology. And he studied the science. And then he looked at what science was saying. And he said it was wrong. But in 1958, his postdoctorate was at the University of Hawaii, a name that should be here today is a woman professor by the name of Catherine Luamala. You can count them on one hand back then. The equity issue was shocking. Catherine Luamala confronted Dr. Ben Finney, handed him 2 books. He said, read them, they're wrong, and change it. At that point, the vital need of justice came onto this canoe. 1958. The 2 books, one was Kontiki, that came from the Americas, because the belief that with the science and the mathematics and statistics, there's no way that Polynesians could have sailed from the west to the east against the prevailing trade winds, against all the science and all our traditions, all our culture, all our history, and our language. So they built a raft. They went 107 days, crashed on an island called Raruia, made a movie, wrote a book, and told the world of the story, the mo'olelo of Polynesians, which was wrong. Another book was written by a world-famous anthropologist from Aotearoa. And he said, no, they had canoes, they could sail around, but they didn't have the intelligence. We're gonna make the statement that they couldn't be that good. So because maybe they're the wrong color of their skin. Ben Finney took the books, he read them, and a decade later, Kenneth Emery from the Bishop Museum would make Herb, who was in Chicago, and Ben talk to each other on a telephone. One phone call. This wasn't big institutions, this wasn't government, this wasn't big business, it was 2 people coming together because the gravity is starting to be created by this canoe. That's 1968. Then they incorporate. And forgive me, but I'll talk about my story, not because my story is important, but it's the story of what I remember, and I do it with the utmost humility. My story was I paddled for Huinala Canoe Club. One of the few things you could do in society that make you Hawaiian. And I loved the ocean. I did not love school. Where we paddled up by Kupawa, there's the small canal, maybe 60 feet wide, and we launched our training canoes there. But across the canal were these old wooden houses. And one of them was a house for the dreamer. Hōkūleʻa comes from the dreams, land of the golden haze. It was Herb Kuvainui. This is before Hōkūleʻa was built. This is early spring 1974. The canoe wasn't built. Nobody knew about it. It was the genius of Herb and Ben and Tommy Holmes who was there to keep it quiet because people are not going to understand this canoe because it's Hawaiian. And it doesn't matter. But he was recruiting, along with Kimo, the best in Hawaii. Buffalo Keolana, top of the list. Another one top of the list was a man by the name that few people know, but I'll argue he is one of Hawaii's greatest watermen, Kalaku'ukea. He was the head coach at Huinalo. I was a banana first year novice B, crashing into everything because I was a steersman. And Herb had these two 22-foot surfing canoes lashed together with, Kimo, I don't know if you remember this, but with 4x4 posts, and then a Hobie Cat sail he borrowed from his friend. And he needed to get paddlers to get him outside the reef so he wouldn't crash into the reef. So I was a novice B paddler. I had time, and when he came over to ask for paddlers, I went with him every day. And I don't know what I was doing. I didn't know about his dream. I was just doing what he told me. And but it was early spring, 1974, where my life would change. Because someone built a road that's much better than was paid for me in the largest society. Herb and Kimo and Tommy were recruiting the best, the buffaloes and the kalas. And he invited Kala to his house, in the old wooden house, and he invited me too. I guess he felt, wow, that skinny black Hawaiian, maybe we just feed him for once, and then just to thank him. But when I walked into that wooden house, it was 19 oil paintings hanging on the wall of voyaging canoes. They were beautiful, but had no connection. This didn't mean anything to me other than they were beautiful and they're on the ocean. There are nautical charts strewn around his house and about Tahiti or Cook Islands or New Zealand, Samoa. No connection. No idea. I didn't have any idea. It's my family. At dinner, Herb would kind of quietly unfold the dream of going down the road of Keala Ika, pulling Tahiti out of the sea. And his hope was this would bring pride and dignity back to our ancestors and our elders so that we can give it to our children. When my life changed, and I will say this, the power of the mentor, the inspiration about the mentor. One moment in time, he took us outside in the yard and he made us take our imaginations and our eyesight up to the cosmos. 7,000 dots of light that had no pattern. They were just chaos. And then he took our eyes to the north, to Nahiku, to the Big Dipper, and traced stories and traced lines. He drew lines into the heavens that connected to the North Star on the western side of Nahiku, and on the tail of Nahiku, it connected to Hōkūleʻa, our tourists. If you go south, it connected to Spaika and to what we call Me'e, Corvus, that sits right on top of the Southern Cross. And in that line, everything became so intensely important to me about the dream, and the dream was full of risk. It was full of challenge, and it was really going to test us between fear and courage. But I had no belief that I was going to be on that crew, because I'm a banana novice speed paddler, and he's really talking to Kala. But it'd be shortly after that Kala in his red truck would pick me up in the house. He said, "Get in the truck. I'm going to take you someplace." It was Pier 37 in Honolulu Harbor. Remember, John? And it was the storage room for pineapple from Lanai. And he and I, it was a bright sunny day. We walked into the door. It was no lighting. So it was very dark. And while my eyes started to adjust, you started to see on this oil and diesel soaked cement over the years and years of trucks going through there, pieces of wood, frames, bulkheads, stuff that I didn't know. In that room had the architects, the marine architects, the designers. And in the room you had the founders. All three of them were there. On the ground were these pieces of what would become that canoe. And we sanded the wood, we painted it, we stapled those hulls together, John, with non-galvanized and non-stainless steel staples. And when we painted the hulls, they were already rusting. Someone mentioned it today that Hōkūleʻa was only envisioned, as powerful it was, one voyage. The one that changed that was Abraham Snake Aki. When he said, "I came home, but I came home to the same thing. I need to be in the wake of my ancestors," he told me. "We need to sail, because I want to be Hawaiian again." That deep sense of that canoe to that man that's sitting there would inspire us to continue to sail. I was here, over there, when the first truck came in with the two hulls of Hōkūleʻa with a crane, a big crane, lifted them off, put them on saddles. Remember, Kimo? Another truck came in with the yakos that weighed 250 pounds each to hold these hulls together. And then another truck came in with rolls and rolls of 600-foot rolls of line. And then we're canoe paddlers, so we should know how to lash. Well, our canoes weigh 400 pounds when we paddle. This canoe was designed for 25,000 pounds. And I'm going to speak for myself, so I don't offend anybody else. But I did not know what I was doing. Lashing the canoe, we didn't know what to do. We were just going around, and leadership, and we had the two ends of the rope, and we just say, "What do we do it?" And I remember Wally just telling me, "When in doubt, just make 50 half hitches." Well, I was in doubt a lot, and so I was here, and thank you, Kalena, for the mo'olelo, so I understand what actually happened, and be more grateful and aloha to Mary Kavena Pukui and Kalpena Wong, who made sure that those chants and those protocols and those ceremonies were dignified, deep within our culture. They did their job to honor this canoe, but I didn't know. Sam Ka'ai did the ava ceremony. It's the first time in my life I drank ava. I didn't like it because it tasted different, but I didn't know what it was. Sam, thank you for the beginning, at least in my life, to move forward. And then this canoe, be careful about the power of disbelief. It'll ruin dreams. It'll take away hope. It'll put you into doubt and eventually maybe fear. I did not believe this canoe could go in the water. You can't push a 25,000-pound canoe and slide it on coconut fronds and wooden rollers. It's not going to work. But I was on the last yako on the port side, and so in disbelief, I pushed as hard as I could. And I remember that the canoe flew into the water. It went so fast that I couldn't keep up with it when it was going downhill. And then when it got in the water, it slid far into the water, and we had to go try to jump on the yako and slow it down. And then we paddled that day. Kalena, thank you for the story. But it was the next day, Kimo, when we sailed her on a Sunday, March 9th. And I'm speaking for myself. We broke stuff. We didn't know what sheet lines. I didn't know what a sheet line was. There were no cleats on board. We crashed on a sandbar. Captain, everybody get off the canoe. The canoe floated up. It started sailing on its own because we never put the sails down. And the fishing boat had to turn us around and aim us to Kualoa, Hakipu. And true story, I can say it because my wife, Kathy, interviewed her right before he died. And he spoke about that day when we were coming in here, full sail. I'm looking for the anchor. But I'm nobody. I'm young. I don't know anything. But full sail, all I was thinking, how are we going to stop? And then there was an island in front of you. And it was full of sand where we launched. And Herb, the captain, ran forward on the bow and to try to do something. And he says this on the tape with my wife, Kathy, so I can say it. It's public. The canoe hits the sand. Herb is running forward, launches him off the bow, and I just see his body go away. And I run up there, and he's lying on the ground. And I was going, oh, my God, maybe he died or something. And then he got up. And Kimo, you know this. He was rubbing the sand out of his eyes. And when he could see, there's this beautiful woman in this sheer dress. It was like kind of somewhat see-through. And the light was behind her. And Herb talks in that video going, God, there's an angel that came to me. I must be dead. And it wasn't. It was Abigail Koananakoa. No. Who told Herb, I want to see you in my office tomorrow. And she would write a personal check, the largest donation in funding to Herb's dream, to the dream. And as much as we didn't know that day, it didn't matter to her. The dream is more important. And that funding became the basis for which we could do this 1976 voyage, because somebody believed. Hōkūleʻa challenges us all the time, whether you're going to choose the road of doubt and failure, or you're going to choose courage and go for the right reasons. And so I want to thank Myra Aikau, she's here. Sister Betty. She's in the car. Please, round of applause for them. And then we sailed, Mao navigated. A crew of 14 found the land of the Golden Haze, pulled it out of the sea. I was there. I flew down to Tahiti. I'm small. Tahitians are big. I had to climb the monkey pod tree to see it because there were 17,000 Tahitians there. And without going into much more time, that day, everything changed in my life. That day, given just the extraordinary things you can't believe that Piailo could find the island. It's where, once we're convinced that the book's written for the populating of Polynesia, those who say you can't do it, it can't be done, and therefore we start to come up with reasons why it can't be done, because we couldn't sail to Windward or we're too stupid. Once we start to not have an answer that can be defined by science and mathematics, then we go, it can't be real. There's a different definition. Wrong. Wrong. She challenged us. She put us on our knees. I want to thank that Kimo, Penny, Snake, Ben, those that are here, because I know I was on my knees. Because there are storms out there on the ocean. They're big, but they're beautiful. They are part of nature, the system of nature that provides this kind of weather. Try to go to a planet without an atmosphere. It's kind of rough. Provides us food, it circulates temperatures, it's everything. Everything is in the ocean. The greatest environmental, economic, and social challenge of the 21st century is protecting the oceans. Because we won't protect the future of our children. Being out there was hard. These storms, Mao made it easy. When the storm comes, he says, put on your jacket, stand up, face the wind. You stay there the whole time, Nainoa, until the storm goes by. And then he said, don't ever let your crew know that you're scared. This is right before 1980 when I was going to go down to Tahiti, and I was failing the last part of the training, and that was faith. Faith in the canoe, it knows it better than you. Faith in the road your ancestors carved. Faith in nature showing you the way. Faith in your teachers. He said, the storms on the oceans are not your storm. The storm that you have is inside of you. It's when you will turn to not believing, turn to doubt, turn to fear, ultimately to despair. Storms inside of you. And it took me years and years, not that I'm courageous, I'm not, but inside of my head, there's a door. And behind that door is all my fears, all my things I can't do. And I could survive in this society as long as I kept the door closed. Well, Hōkūleʻa changed that. The door is wide open. And there was something else, something more powerful that I didn't understand. If it wasn't measured by science and mathematics, it wasn't real. Wrong. How do you measure love? How do you define love? I can't bring my father here, stand up and measure him. Even though he's not standing here, he's in my heart. And so we through the years, stumbled. This canoe that would challenge us but it would carry us to places we could never imagine, meeting people we could never imagine. And this audience is testimony to that. One of the great navigators on the earth is here. I saw her. She's my mentor, Dr. Sylvia Earle, the greatest marine biologist on the planet. Who fights for us to protect the oceans so we can protect who we are as oceans people. But the last thing I'll say about Hōkūleʻa, that, and I still don't understand it because there's too much doubt. We sailed to Rapa Nui, have a meeting. The night before we find the island, and I'm saying, we need to start looking already. There's a box that we created on a map of about 1 million square miles of ocean that we're going to tack in there, because you're trying to find the smallest single so-called oceans isolated, I don't believe it, but landmass on the planet. And no reason, no need to go there, except our ancestors went there 1,600 years ago. How did they do it? And you can pass it on a rainy night in 2 hours. Never see it. And next arrival is Chile. Rough trip. I estimated where we were because of doubt. I underestimated 200-something miles off. We find the island the next morning, and I was kind of really mad at myself. So I hid underneath the sails on the deck. We changed sails all night. We sailed hard in the rain. Max Yarra, my pole navigator, saw the island first because of the Micronesian eyes. He's a really good friend. I love him, but he's irritating out there when he keeps seeing everything first. And but the point was snake. Snake. I was hiding under the sail so I could be private as we headed to Rapa Nui that day. Mike Tong, the lawyer, best friend, love him. He's talking to a snake. Oh, Nainoa, he's way off, huh? Like 200 miles, he's way off. And then he goes, hey, snake, must be luck, yeah? We found the island. And then I heard snake say, this is not luck. Snake said, I've sailed this canoe so much, and we always assumed that we're navigating this canoe. We always assumed that we're going to take it to our destination. And he said, not this voyage. Hōkūle needed us to take her to Rapa Nui. And then Snake said the most beautiful thing, this is not luck, it's mana. And over the years, it's the things you can't explain, the things you can't fully measure. Can you see time? Can you see gravity? But what Snake was helping me understand, which I think is what Hōkūleʻa gave us the most. In the end, it was faith. In the end, it was trusting one thing. Trust the power of love. Bruce Blankenfeld, Wally Freudseth, Jimmy Shishiro, Leon Sterling, 4 people who are teaching Kelly Takanaga to take care of the canoe. But they're teaching us why we should love that canoe. Snake made it clear to me that ultimately the things that we can do but that we can't explain, the things that we do that can't be measured, the things that we would do, and if we had to, we wouldn't go. Because there would be impossible voyages. Snake was the one that made it clear to me that I want to share with you tonight. Hōkūleʻa taught us about the power of love. Across the Pacific to Aotearoa, to the Cook Islands, to Satawal, land of the Golden Haze, the thousands of people around the world. And we can do anything, if we don't lose faith in what Snake was saying. And for me, it helped me to grow up. Helped me understand when I was on my knees out there, Snake come, he reached out his hand to pick me up when I'm failing. And me and him are good friends from the very beginning. And it's an honor and a privilege to know him, to help us figure out how good our ancestors were, how they did it. Because they were looking at a dimension we can't see because we're blinded, but by what we were taught. Except Snake could, with faith. Love you, brother.
It really is so good to see so many keiki in the audience, to hear these words by legends and leaders like those who have spoken today. The songs that were shared, the chants that were danced, the beautiful ceremonial arrival of the crew members. We're going to kind of bring the papahana ho'omana. Aue ua hitie. Himeni kākou ia Hawaii aloha, pehea ke la, manao mai kai. Ku kākou I luna himeni ia Hawaii aloha, paali ma ke hiki. Himeni me ka ahau oli, no ke ia piha makahiki kana lima o Hōkūleʻa. E Hawaii e kuone hānau e, kuhome kulai vine, oli E hauʻoli e nā o pio. E hauʻoli e nā o pio Hawaii nei. Oli e, mai nā he ahe makani pa mai nei. Mau ke aloha no Hawaii. Mau ke aloha. Mau ke aloha no Hawaii. Oia. On behalf of the Polynesian Voyaging Society, ohana, mahalo anui loa ka hele ana mai ke ia la hano hano no ka la hui Hawaii. We continue the festivities today with lots of food, mea'ai available, and vendors are selling their wares. There will be more entertainment throughout the day, so please enjoy Kualoa, enjoy Hakipu. And a big mahalo for the hospitality shown to us by the Hakipu ohana. Again, all day we have a celebration, we have food, we have vendors, entertainment coming up in a bit. So enjoy. Mahalo nui ka hele ana mai mane ike ia la. Aloha. For those of you who brought Ho'okupu for the Ahu, if you did, they will be received over the next hour. Right here at the Ahu. After that, the Ahu area will be closed. So if you have lei or pua or oli, hele mai i ka Ahu, alana Ho'okupu, oia.
Her name is Hōkūleʻa, Star of Gladness. Her ancestors knew the long and hidden seaways between Hawaii and Tahiti of the Golden Haze, guided by the strong hands and the far-seen eyes of men like Kamahualele, the navigator, men who feel the sea and know its secrets. When Hōkūleʻa begins a voyage to which she is about to be consecrated, she will be guided by one who still reads the stars, the long waves, and the winds, paddled by strong men whose ancestors wielded the adze to shape these canoes, and she will travel to Tahiti and back to Hawaii, over which island the guiding star, whose name she bears, stands at its zenith. In ancient days, her hull would have been formed from a single log, or by lashing carved planks edge to edge. The 60-foot hull of the Hōkūleʻa was made in a modern fashion, but it bears a semi-V shape and has a surface and a weight identical to the ancient voyaging canoes of eastern Polynesia of 800 years ago. It is known how the long canoes were constructed, but little is known of how they responded to the wind and the sea on long voyages across the Pacific. Great care is being taken to duplicate the pandana sails and the sennit lashings by which the parts were assembled in the final outfitting of the great canoe. These are all factors that could have an effect on the performance of the Hōkūleʻa. For one of the purposes of this voyage, sponsored by the unique nonprofit organization known as the Polynesian Voyaging Society, is to offer proof that the early Polynesian, without charts or instruments, and using only his highly developed navigational skill and the double-hulled canoe of his people, found and colonized the Hawaiian Islands, establishing a two-way travel between Hawaii and his Tahitian home far to the southeast. The lines used in the actual voyage, therefore, will be of coconut fiber, especially braided for the Hōkūleʻa by the old men of Nainoa on the western edge of Polynesia, and of the Tuamotu archipelago, because they have retained these half-forgotten skills, and they have the time necessary to fabricate the lashings. For the same reasons, the final sprit sails have been woven of pandanus matting by the women of Kapinga-Marangi Atoll and of the Gilbert Islands in Micronesia, who have revived the ancient craft upon our request. But now it is the eve of the day of the launching, Friday, March 7, 1975, and the huge pig is being prepared for the next day's ritual meal. A prayer is chanted for a successful launch. With the rising of the sun the following day, the ceremonies begin. A decision has been made that the ceremonies will be conducted according to the traditions of our kupunas. Such ceremonies traditionally invoke the favor of the god Ku, who in one form was god of canoe makers, and of Tangaroa, Polynesian god of the sea. These, then, are the ancient rites of the early island mariners, and attention will be paid to every detail. The ritual surrounding the launching of the Hōkūleʻa is an appeal for acceptance of the voyaging canoe as a living member of the community, having its own place within an orderly universe, and the lifting of the kapus. Hōkūleʻa is prepared for the ceremonies. She is decorated with long garlands of maili, of ie, and with tea. The wooden image, or ki'i, symbolizes the navigator, his eye fixed to his guiding star, represented by the golden pearl shell. Another purpose behind the proposed voyage and the ritual ceremonies is to resurrect and revitalize the culture and the traditions of the great Polynesian mariners. Before the steam and the flying boats, this was the way the Polynesians prepared to cross the wide and often turbulent expanses of the Pacific. Challenged by sudden squalls, by skies without stars, by submerged reefs that are invisible until you are upon them, the early Polynesians sought the protection of those forces that maintain the harmony of the universe. It is time now for the crew to drink the ava, the favorite beverage of the Hawaiian gods, customarily made by mixing the pounded roots of the peppery ava plant with water. The slightly narcotic liquid is served according to strict protocol of lineage and office. One of the chants of the launching ceremonies this day will extol the virtues of ava from Tahiti, ava from Upolu, ava from Vauvau, and command, bottle up the frothy ava, the well-strained ava. Praise be to God. With the morning sun, the conch shell summons the spectators to Kualoa. Kualoa, at the north end of Kaneohe Bay on Oahu, is a traditionally sacred place. From this windward beach, Hōkūleʻa will enter the Pacific waters for the first time. The ritual Pikai is chanted by Kaupena Wong, a ceremony customarily performed by a kahuna.
E kia I, e alaka I, e hoʻona au, e hoʻolana kila, a pai tā wa'a, a pai tā wa'a I ke kula. E kia I, e alaka I, e hoʻona au, e hoʻolana kila. A pai tā wa'a I ke kula me ka lana kila. E kia I, e alaka I, e hoʻona au, e hoʻolana kila, a pai tā wa'a, a pai tā wa'a I ke kula, me ka lana kila. E alaka I, e hoʻona au, e hoʻolana kila, a pai tā wa'a I ke kula me ka lana kila.
He sprinkles the canoe and the paddlers with seawater as he intones a prayer in which he asks protection for the great canoe until it safely reaches its destination.
E alaka e hoʻona au, e hoʻolana kila, a pai tā wa'a I ke kula me ka lana kila.
After this opening prayer, a portion of the seawater is consumed from the coconut shell, and the remainder returned to the mothering sea.
ika imo. Mau.
Now the emu pit is open, and the offering of food is prepared. Pieces of the pig's snout, the tail, 4 feet, some meat, a red kumu, a banana, and all are placed upon a coconut leaf platter covered with banana and ava leaves. The early voyaging canoes of Polynesia customarily carried supplies of taro paste and dehydrated breadfruit, pandanus flour and dried fish, coconuts and gourds of drinking water. The diet of these early mariners was supplemented by freshly caught fish as they voyaged. The men who will sail Hōkūleʻa to Tahiti and back will attempt to approximate this early diet as much as possible. For there is the question of how well these early Polynesians could bear the rigors of oceanic voyaging on the limited nutritional diet imposed upon them by the long journeys and limited supplies. The paddlers of Hōkūleʻa are now served, and on the pola, Kaopena faces Herb Connie, Ben Finney, and Kenneth Emery of the Polynesian Voyaging Society.
ʻolelo mai ia.
Ea kawa'a. Ikalai ia.
This is the canoe which has been built, says Connie. Its name is Hōkūleʻa.
Ke ui aku nei na alakai o ka pō, na alakai o ke ao, na alakai o luna, na alakai o lalo.
E mokuha li'i kupai ke e lea e atapua e uku e makana e alana e mohaia o kou ua paakawa a Hōkūleʻa he kaulua a e ho'olana ia kua nei kei o kona aina ia e huli ai taloa a me ka waiwai na ponoloa o kou e maka ala i nā pūkoa, nā puupo haku o kahilau papa, nā nalu, nā leo ka moana. O holo no o kou i tā waa, makahi hohonu o keikai, I hele ai tā waa nalu kai.
Invoking the forces that guard the sea, Kaopena asked protection for the great canoe against the coral beds and stones of the reef, the waves and billows of the ocean, until the canoe becomes worn, moss-grown, and aged, and he lifts for the first time the ritual kapu on Hōkūleʻa. The crew eats in silence, for this is a ritual meal, and not at all like the bright and happy luau that will follow the launching. They drink coconut water. After the crew is eaten, the remnants are gathered into a coconut leaf basket, weighted with rocks and tied with a cord. Ka'upena places the food in the tea shelter.
The
time has come for the launching. E ho'oma kau kau is the call. Make ready to launch the canoe. All male spectators are invited to help pull the ropes for the launching, and the cry is, "E alulike, let us all work together." The hauling chant begins.
E alulike! Ki-au-au! Ki-au-au! Hoki-au-au! Hoki-au-au!
Hōkūleʻa has rushed to the arms of Tangaroa. The great voyaging canoe has come into her own, and the waters of Kaneohe have received her quickly and with love.
No, they're going to bring it off for us. Okua o talani, o tahunua kuhalani, o moana kuhalani. Okua o talani, o kahonua. Okua o tahonua, okua o tamauna, okua o tamoana. Okua. Alapi maluna then oli.
Now the canoe is boarded, and the signal given for the paddlers to take Hōkūleʻa out from the shore.
Okua o talani, okua o tahonua, okua o tamauna, okua o tamoana, okua o tāu, okua o ta po. Malua lani ke kua, malua hopu ke kua, aia no ia ko ilai ke kua. Nanai kua, nanai hainu, nanai hele, nanai ae, nanai ho'onoa noa. Noa ke kua o kawaa, mama ua noa.
The gods of heaven, of the earth, and the mountains, the oceans, the night and day, are called to witness the passage of the voyaging canoe. The ava is praised and the kapu lifted. Here at Kualoa Ahupua'a, it is believed that the ancient gods made their home. Here Kamehameha paid respect as his war canoes sailed by. Here the Amakua shark once guarded the waters, and Hi'iaka punished the great lizard. Now once again this sacred place sees a great voyaging canoe gliding through its waters. The canoe is turned. It is time now for the offering. The crew is reminded that they must not look back once a food offering is given to the sea. The offering is made. The waters receive the fruits of the land from the hands of her children, and a homing chant begins. In a sense, it is a prophecy for the long canoe. The stars appear, the daylight arrives, land ashore, a mama, the kapu is freed. Ashore once again on Kualoa Ahupua'a, Kaupena surrenders the canoe to Kahu Kaupu for a Christian blessing. Here is Hōkūleʻa, built for the oceans and the seas, and consecrated according to the traditions of our kupunas. Receive her with aloha and peace.
Amen.
A blessing is asked for the crew and for all who participated in her creation and consecration, that the Holy Spirit may defend, protect, preserve, and guide them through the aloha of God. Once again the conch shell sounds, but now it is a summons to luau, a celebration. From here at Kualoa, a former training ground for young Hawaiian chieftains, where sails were lowered as the canoes passed in respect to the holy place, Hōkūleʻa prepares to sail out.
Aia I te Hōkūleʻa, te nui o te waa, o hele apa ihi, na pea I kumakani. Aia I te Hōkūleʻa, te nui o te waa, o hele apa ihi, na pea I kumakani. Kaua he neni, kei hu o te Hōkūleʻa, kei hoa e Kauā e nei, kai huo ta Hōkūleʻa, kei hoa e nei, e holo I ka hiki. Ole I whiwhiwia, ka beauty o ka mea nui, e ke kuana I ke kai, kai e I te kai. Ole I whiwhiwia, ka beauty o ka mea nui, e kuana I ke kai, kai e I te kai. Hai nā ka puana e a, ko tai hua te maa. Hai a Hōkūleʻa, ua au I ke kai. Hai nā ka puana, ko tai hua te maa. Hai a Hōkūleʻa, ua au I ke kai. Mama, ua noa, a pehea ka wā, o noa nei? Ai, mai kai hoa ka wā a Hōkūleʻa.
She arrives at Maui, a living artifact whose paddlers will be honored in other ceremonies on other islands, and additional sailors recruited for the long voyage. But mostly she sails now, this star of gladness, to be seen and honored throughout the island chain, seeking to reaffirm the dignity, the incredible skills, the pride of the Polynesian people in what they were, in what they are yet to be. People of the ocean, striders of the sea.
Looking back, the year 2024, it was an extraordinary year, but a year of change. This was not in the sail plan. So to look at what started to drive what we would actually do in 2024 was a phone call from Lahaina in late August when we were in San Diego, heading for Mexico, Central and South America. The phone call basically was saying that, we're in the black of the storm and we need Hōkūleʻa's flight, and can you bring it home? And so that changed everything, but it was the right thing to do because it's the core of what PBS's values are. And so we came home, and we, through the course of the year, we've been to Lahaina 4 times. So Hōkūleʻa kept their promise. We were going to leave in March to go back down to Tahiti, but I had this image of, I don't want to go to Kalaisao Point and navigate by having to turn my eyes to the southern stars and my back to Hawaii. So it was saying, you got to stay home. And so we did all kinds of stuff.
The big issue was really training.
The crew training we did was extensive.
Walk that back.
Shinumen Lantern ceremony was an amazing opportunity to bring people around the world together. And then we had the Festival of Pacific Arts where, Hōkūleʻa had an important role. And then in hindsight, she had to be there, to be responsible, to be respectful to all the Pacific Islanders that come, that share that canoe heritage and ancestry.
Oceans on the environmental agenda.
And then now we're still finishing up a 7-month voyage around the Hawaiian Islands, going to 34 different communities, really targeting the big public schools to get close to children, their families, and their communities, to make sure that they know why we're going to be gone for 37 months, why are we going to travel 41,000 miles. And, it's just the testimony to me whether we should sail or not is whether children care. And no matter how hard we worked, we couldn't meet all the schools that wanted to come down. So our job now is to make sure when we're sailing around Moananuiākea, we're still connected to the schools. So working with the school systems in 2024 to make sure that happens was crucial. And then a lot of it is just getting ready for something that you can't get ready for, a 50-year birthday. In 2024 could not have happened without the support of people, of families, of communities, of businesses, of education institutions, those in the environmental movement. And it couldn't happen so that you might have 12 people sailing Hōkūleʻa, but there's 12,000 behind every one of them that aren't on the canoe, but they are part of the voyage, a critical part of the voyage. And so mahalo to all of them. 2024 allowed us to take very critical steps that we couldn't see in the beginning of the year. And so I think we're in a really good place.
These miracles of these voyagers that started to discover all these islands, it's like the eighth wonder of the world. How did they do that so far back in time? There was two things of genius in Polynesia. Someone needed to build a vehicle, a spaceship of our ancestors that could sail far, when no other culture on the earth was sailing far. The other is you had to navigate to find a way to and from. The navigator needed to be able to see, it needed to be able to hear, it needed to be able to feel. Every day that navigator would maybe making 5,000 observations of a wave or a bird or a star. It would make 500 choices about trim, course, steering, and then it would make 2 decisions. At sunrise and sunset, in the color of light of dawn and dusk, it would make decisions about where are you on the earth. I think we are where we are on the planet today, where human beings are changing the earth. It is now turning around and changing us, and we don't know what to do because we disconnected. The greatest thing we need to do is become family of the earth again, family of nature. The greatest naturalist I've ever met was my teacher, Maupea, who transcends the observation of nature to what he calls the magic. It is about when the human existence becomes part of the family of nature, that you are nature. The thing about Mao, the day he was leaving, packing his bag, he sat me down and said, okay, Nainoa, I give you everything. And the ocean showed you everything, but it'll be 28 years before you'll see. If you want someone to know everything, send your son, because you're too old. That's a crucial piece of cracking the code. And it's when we teach our children. When do you learn the connection? When do we learn verbal language? When do we learn the language of nature? And that's the language we need to immerse ourselves. We need to bring it back. We need schools of nature immersion globally. And that's why we're voyaging. To just getting general awareness to half the population of the earth, getting understanding to a quarter population of the earth, and getting the sense of values back to 1 billion people. And then going down the road from values, you need to reinstate respect. Then you need to reinstate care. And then from there, where values are now moving to action, that's when you need to help strengthen a community and a culture that's global, not based on race, but based on values. Hōkūleʻa takes us into the wild. The voyage itself will take about 400 crew members from, we're hoping, about 26 countries. Diversity and equity and access matters. That this is not just a Hawaiian voyage, this is a global voyage. We'll be at sea for about 450 days, and we'll be on land for 950 days. Every day is a story of ideas and people. You cannot make this movement by yourself. You have to have communications and education platforms that can get it to the billions. And then you need to have partners that are going to essentially strengthen the stories, help us to access communities. We will go to indigenous territories and communities to make sure that these people have voice. Hōkūleʻa, Hikanalia will do its part. It won't do it by itself. You need the platforms and you need the partners. And that whole voyage of connecting to the earth and connecting to these people who can make change, we're working just as hard on those partners and those platforms as we are in getting Hōkūleʻa ready to go. When you try to imagine and add up how much goodness people are actually doing as individuals, not collected, not organized, not institutionalized. We should never do that. Just let that wave happen, let that movement happen. We're in the race between those who are essentially hurting the earth and those who are healing it. What we're trying to do is reclaim our relationship to the earth. It's our time to turn the canoe to the only island we have, and that's the earth. These miracles of these voyagers that started to discover all these islands, it's like the eighth wonder of the world. How did they do that so far back in time? There was two things of genius in Polynesian. Someone needed to build a vehicle, a spaceship of our ancestors that could sail far, when no other culture on the earth was sailing far. The other is you had to navigate to find a way to and from